Hello there. This is stream number 288. I'm just getting started. Hey there, Nui. Hello. Just getting started here. Still setting up the page for today. Hold on. Wait a minute. I want to go up to there. There we go. Just getting a link. Linkaroo. I keep thinking I should look in to see if this can be automated. I suppose if Microsoft OneNote has a REST API, I could use it to get all this information, get the link. I think TinyURL has a API, don't they? Maybe not. Making me wonder if I should look into that, like if there's an alternative to TinyURL, for example, that could be automated. Or maybe just make my own thing. Actually, that's an idea. If I'm running a web server, I could make my own short links. All right, that is working. So that's today's link. Hey there, TS Jost. Thought you were watching Adam. Hold on a sec. I'm still setting up the stream. Blah 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 blah. Busted, huh? I was watching Adam too, but I'm like, oh dang, I have to work now. Because my schedule, you know that? Stick to the schedule and all that. Alright. More working on Lua script performance today. Alright. Hey there, Rasubaka. How are you doing? What should the time command do? Should that be like uptime? So I've been going for only 2 minutes and 44 seconds so far. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Mr. First Founder. Oh, my local time. Good idea. Let me give you a point for that. Hold on. To do add time command. Could do that at some point. All right. Still setting up the stream. Aggro should be a word. Is it a word, but like, no? It's neither one nor two G's makes OneNote happy. Shouldn't that be a word? I guess I could add it to the dictionary for OneNote. It's slang. Yeah, okay, well then what's a good word to replace the slang? I don't know. Is the concept in a computer game where one computer-controlled character can have aggression or be pursuing another entity in the game? Needs to be like a single word that's not slang. I'll use aggro for now. Okay, so there was a bug at the end of yesterday, and I need to fix that. Actually, there are two bugs. There was one really stupid bug that I fixed like an hour ago while I was watching Adam, and then there's a more serious design flaw that I want to fix that I haven't fixed yet. So the stupid thing from the end of last stream, here, whoops, we'll say reviewing silly bug from yesterday. The silly bug from yesterday was in the test harness for the unit test I was working on, had in here a bug. Let me find it. Yeah, so it had, instead of previous Y, it had position Y there. See, do you see the problem? It's going to actually ignore that line, or it'll do that line, but then it's going to end up having that replace that, and so the wrong coordinate is being put in there for the position. So, yeah. Hey there, I play poker badly. Use it long enough and it's no longer slang. Focus. Focus and say hi. Just waiting until your last workday this year, so Friday 13 o'clock. Or do you mean the 13th? What's the 13th this month? It is a Friday. So like another week and then the end of the Friday, right? Thinking in 24-hour and writing in AM PM. Oh, I figured it out though. You meant the Friday the 13th in the evening, right? Because there's no 13 PM. Unless you meant this Friday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I guess you could mean either one. Or actually 13 PM would be 1 in the morning, 1 AM, right? A bit over 3 weeks. 1, 2, 3. Well, that would be like Christmas or something, right? Anyway, yeah, so this was the silly bug from yesterday that this said position Y instead of previous Y, and I think it was just because I copy pasted these two lines onto that, and I changed one and didn't change the other, and my eye missed it because they both start with P and end in Y, and I didn't see it. So after I fixed that, actually I got the unit test to work, but the more serious problem I have is that it's probably better to illustrate. Let me, oh, I didn't even start the local server. I need to do that. I guess I gotta wait wait a minute. Serve. And then while we're waiting for this, I guess I'll just illustrate in a little bit of like one-dimensional ASCII art. So let's say your aggro range is 2 squares. So you have, let's say you're sitting here and you're searching 2 squares away, right? That's the old algorithm. So this means no aggro. And then if you had like a zombie, let's say, then it's like, oh, aggro on to, what's the right phrase? I always get this wrong. Let me need to think about it. Aggro on Z, I guess. So again, this is aggro range is 2, right? So this is the old way. And then the so-called new way would be to extend it by like three more squares, and I'll do that with like I need to have a different syntax here. So like let's use dashes for the extension. Let's say we extend only 2 more squares, right? That's no aggro. And then also if you had let's say a zombie appeared there, that's also no aggro because the zombie is in the extension of the aggro range. So the idea is that if the zombie moves there and then we move to there, it's still no aggro because we've only moved 1 square away, and the distance from the origin to that Z is 1, 2, 3, 4, and not, so it's not less than or equal to 2. But then if we move 1 more, like that, then it's aggro on Z. And so that works, right? The thing I didn't think about before was what if X moves in the other direction? So the algorithm doesn't know direction, it just knows costs. So it would think that that's no aggro. And again, it would think that this is aggro on Z. Wrong, right? Because internally the map for distance is 4, 3, 2, no, the other way around, right? No, it is 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And so it takes the cost for where the potential target is, and so subtracts the cost of where the subject NPC has moved, so 4 minus 2, and says, oh, 4 minus 2 is less than or equal to 2, so it's aggro. Problem is it's in the wrong direction. The real cost is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not 2. So that's the bug right now. Hey there, Red Sky 1. I was just explaining the bug in... actually, I already explained the silly bug. Now I'm discussing design flaw from yesterday's work. I guess that could be on one line. So yeah, the new way we did aggro search is, I mean, the old way was just if the aggro range is 2, we'd search within 2, right? And so we'd say nope, no targets. Here, there's a target. But the problem here is whenever X moves, we have to recalculate the map again, right? All the time, because we'd have to constantly search because other things can move into the. No, that's not true. We have to search whenever X moves because wherever it moves, it's going to shift its range, right? So the new way that I thought was, oh, we'll just scan a little bit further away, and then X can kind of like wander within 2 squares of the original search, and we don't have to research because we'll know that if something appears there, even if something appears there, we don't draw aggro on it until we get close enough, right? And I was using distance or cost differences, but this is what I completely didn't think of. You know, my brain wasn't big enough to envision this, that you can move in the wrong direction and the numbers are the same, but the difference is not. So basically the difference in cost is not going to work. It only works in the optimistic, not in the pessimistic condition. So the way I'm thinking about solving this is we can, whenever this condition happens, either that or that, we can say potentially we want to aggro on Z, but to be sure, we have to do another search. So instead of, fix to the new way would be these conditions are all still no aggro, right? All of these are no aggro. However, these two, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, because I was wrong yesterday, these two would be possibly aggro on Z, but we don't know. So if the difference between where Z is and where X is 2 or less, we're possibly going to aggro on Z. But to be sure, we need to do another search. So the updated search here would be Z dot X dot dash dash. So definitely aggro on Z, because X is now in the center, and that is only 2 away, right? So, but in this case, if it does a rescan, it'll see nothing now, right? Basically recenters and Z is way off to the left now, so no aggro. So we still get a gain where these require no additional searches because we're just using the cached of last search, right? This would say, oh, we have to search again, and then this would update our cache and say, yeah, we have to aggro. And this would also search again and update our search and just do nothing. So the worst case is that we have to do an extra search whenever something potentially might be in aggro range, based off of how far the subject is shifted and if things are within the periphery of the search. So that's one thing I want to do to fix this algorithm. And then on top of that, I think iGrok had a good point yesterday. He said, it seems like you'll end up wanting to cache pathfinding results in more cases. Okay, you can't see that because my chat is covering it. More cases than just wander paths. Would it be worthwhile to make a generic pathfinding cache that's checked during any call? I think that's a great idea, the more I think about it, because of 2 things. One is that this would be simpler to test and use. And the other thing is, right now I have the problem where the caches I make, I never invalidate them. So they end up just taking up memory forever. So, for example, the caches here, just end up in aggro search cache, and the only thing we ever do to aggro search cache is add stuff to it right here. We never take it out. Oh no, we add and we update, but we never take things out of it. So it's going to, at best case, stay the same size, at worst case, grow and consume memory we don't need it to consume. There's no way to know when it should be invalid, right? The benefit of doing an approach like what iGrok was talking about is that if it's a generic pathfinding cache, we could, in one place, we could just have code that part of housekeeping, for example, that says, when's the last time this cache was used? And if it exceeds like some arbitrary limit, like 10 seconds or a minute or something, then we just drop it. And worst case is maybe we needed it again a second later, and we'll just have to recalculate it at that point. But the best case is that these searches that become no longer necessary because the subject is disappeared or moved on to a different level, they just get kind of garbage collected in a sense at some point. So I kind of wanted to do this idea. And that'll probably end up undoing a lot of the work that I'm doing here. But I think that's okay. This has the benefit, even if we did cache it generically, this has the benefit of the subject can wander within its area, and if nothing ever enters this extended search area, then it never actually needs to even check again. It doesn't even need to check the cache. So yeah, I kind of want to have what I was doing before fixed to account for that condition, and then try to make a generic pathfinding cache, and then you use that and go back and simplify some of my scripts. Couple of things I also wanted to do today. I didn't write it down yet. Right, there are two more optimization opportunities, but beyond that, if I have time, which I probably won't, but what I want to get to is simplify the scripts so that the tests are manageable. Because if you were here yesterday watching me struggle with making the test for aggro search, I mean, look, this is the aggro search test. Look how long the damn thing is. I mean, this is ridiculous. So there are a couple things I can do to simplify it. A lot of the setup here involves making mocks and, synthetic environment for the function we're testing, which is called aggro search. So aggro search has dependencies, right? It calls other scripts. And some of these are like game find reachable places, and the cost to seek other characters with entity set position to basically scan to see if there is any enemy at a given position in the game, right? So those things are simulated because we're doing a unit test where the only thing from the game that really exists is this script called NPC aggro search, and nothing else exists. So we have to kind of substitute in the other parts of the game that are dependencies. So one idea is that to take these dependencies and put them into some common area. Have like a common set of dependencies that a lot of other tests share. And some of these things would easily go in there. Like this part of the find reachable places is the same. We're just constructing a nice, the required boilerplate overhead for how you contain these places in cost order, and then allow you to index them by position, right? So that's this part could be put somewhere standard. So could this, but some of the things can't. Like this mock for find with entities at position. This one has hard coded the positions of certain test entities, right? So if we went to something more generic, I have to think about how I would do that. Maybe I would have to tell this mock, where the test entities are, and maybe a list or something, and then if it's called with certain coordinates, it would check the list to see, well, should I say that there's something there or not? So there's some work involved there, but then if I do that, I could cut down a lot of the arrange part of the test. So a couple other things, these tests have multiple rounds with these resets in the middle. So that could be simplified by just breaking this up into separate tests that have the same setup. And couple other things, I guess, are what? The fact that sometimes we're expecting a search and other times we're not expecting a search. I don't think the test really cares. The test, like Agrok was pointing out yesterday, the only thing that the test should really care about is, where did he say this? Maybe I didn't put it in my notes. maybe it wasn't aggro. Someone at some point said, really, the only thing that the test should care about is this enemies list correct? Who cares if it did a search or not? The test shouldn't really care. The fact that it does a search or not is an optimization, and we can see that when we run the performance analyzer, right? The test really only cares for correctness. It doesn't care about speed. Unless I start to go down the route where unit test is also responsible for testing speed, and that gets really tricky because we have to basically test that the side effects are that the insignificant that the side effects that are not significant to correctness are also themselves checked. So the side effects that are only performance affecting and not correctness affecting, and that it makes the test a lot more tightly bound to the code that it tests, and so it makes it hard to change either one without having to change the other. So I don't really know if I want to go down that road. I'd rather try to keep it simple. So maybe the test would not care about whether a search was performed. We would just set up, if they call search, here's what we tell them, and then we just call aggro search, and whether it does the lookup or not, we don't care. We just want to make sure that the enemies are correct. So that would mean I would keep this part of the clause and I would drop that one. Actually, I would drop both of these. I wouldn't really care if they called that. It's just, did they give me the correct enemy list or not? That's the only thing that's the only part of correctness that this should be held to, right? So I might do that today. And how do I want to phrase that? Simplify the tests so that tests are manageable. Unit tests, it may be necessary to have unit tests only check correctness, not necessarily performant. Check that units are correct, not necessarily performant. So that would mean that I might go back, in some sense, I would go back to what this test used to be, where it didn't care about some of the, like how it does a search, and just have the correct mocks in place so that, like, maybe aggro search calls find reachable places, maybe it calls find path, who cares, right? So we would like have mocks set up so that it could call either one or none, or it could cast or not, and we don't really care, and just check that this is true. So it would be more in line of just put the potential enemies like in the right places, call the thing, and make sure we get the list back, and not really care if it did one or two or zero searches, that kind of thing. So, yeah. So let me try to keep this current task up to date. What am I going to do now that I've done with my rant? I guess we're going to fix this one, right? So fix design flaw from yesterday's work in NPC aggro search. Is this too much like I want the current task to sort of be understandable by anyone coming in. This might be too esoteric. How about fix bug in NPC aggro search code? There we go. That's easier to understand, right? And then I can show, like, here's the bug, right? Here is the bug. So if anyone comes in and asks me what I'm working on, I'll say, this is how we used to do aggro search. This is the new way. Here's the bug. The fix to the new way is may aggro need new search, right? And then that's the new search. We do aggro or we don't, right? And yeah, I'm gonna keep this buffer around in case anyone asks, like, what does it mean? And we're gonna update the test. So I need to basically set up a scenario that reflects the bug right here, right? So putting something at like aggro range +2 or plus n, aggro range +n, and then moving the subject to n cost away, but it being moved in the wrong direction, and it should not aggro, and it probably will show up as aggro, right? So yeah, I have an enemy that moves. Let's actually change the name of that. Let's just say enemy that moves. So the enemy that moves has a Y coordinate that we can adjust as we're going through the test. What are we building today? We're working on the game oh, I don't even have it up and running. Let me show you. Working on this game. If you haven't been here before, I have like a 2-minute video that kind of is an introduction. But this is the test environment for my game. I have a production environment. It's a little bit behind, so I can't really show the same things. But is this even going to work? Yeah. So working on today, NPC aggro on other NPCs. So like this NPC is named George. He's a friendly NPC. And these are green slimes. They're enemies. They're monsters. Thank you for that follow. So we've been working on making his aggro search more efficient. So in my game, it's a custom game engine. And as I'm working on the code initially, I like to code in Lua. So you'll see me doing some Lua today, because it's easy and quick to change the script on the fly, and I don't have to recompile the engine and all that. And later, when we get it pretty much done and it's stable, I port it to C++ for the speed and efficiency. For now, I just need to get some basic optimization because it's super slow. Basically, every time George was moving before, he was recalculating his aggro search range. So I improved it yesterday in the sense that you can see it doesn't update the map very often, only once in a while. The bug is in this page. So it used to be that, let's say the aggro range was 2 and X is the subject. This causes no aggro, but then let's Z is an enemy, steps within that search area, aggro, right? The problem with this is if we only search out to the aggro range, every time X moves, we got to do the search again to see, well, what's the search area now? Because it's different now. So the new way is I extended the search range by some number of squares. I think it was 5, but in this example here, just expect it's also 2. So no aggro here or here or here, but this is an aggro because, how do I explain this? I guess I'll just copy these numbers. If Z is at 4 and X is at 2, 4 minus 2 is less than or equal to the aggro range, right? So this allows me to use the same search results and just compare the costs of potential enemies with the cost of the subject. Cost is the number of moves it would take for the subject to get to the target. So the bug is that if X moves in the other direction, the math is also 4 minus 2, and it would aggro even though it shouldn't because it's really 6 squares away. So I'm going to work on the fix today for now would be that if X is moved off center and the math says there might be an aggro, we need to do a new search to basically recenter the search and see, yes, there's an aggro event here, but here there's not because X moved in the opposite direction. So that's what I'm working on right now. Is porting to another language a process that can be automated? Not really. Some languages, yes, because if a language is close enough to another language that you can write a tool to convert the code, the source code from one language to the other, then it can be automated. So like there are tools out there you can convert C++ to C, I think. Or another one is like there's a language called MoonScript and it translates to Lua. So those are completely automated to port them. So you can take a MoonScript program and port it to Lua just by running the MoonScript interpreter, right? Or a compiler. But other languages, like if you're converting between C++ and Lua, I mean, there might be a tool out there, but it sounds really difficult to write, especially because I would not just be porting my code from one language to the other. Also, the way it interacts with other parts of the game would be different. So instead of calling a function of a Lua user data, it has to know what interface to use within the game that this maps to. So there are some wrappers, so to speak, that go between the Lua and the C++. And so if I were to have a tool to automate the porting, that tool would have to be sophisticated enough to understand how the wrappers work. Python to Cython, yeah, so there you go. Python and Cython are close enough that you could run a tool to basically compile the Python, right? So the compilation is actually translating one language to another, right? A C compiler turns C source code into assembly language, essentially, and then you run an assembler to make it into bytecode for the process for the CPU. But yeah, if the languages are too far apart, I don't think a normal mortal could write a tool that automates it. And hello, good morning, Chololo. And Geek Panther, how are you doing? So, yeah, that's what I'm working on today is, again, I'm fixing this bug that we're aggroing when we're too far in the function I was working on yesterday, which is called aggro search. Hey there, Nicodemus. And the best way to visualize it is through here. Right now, George is going to constantly aggro. Oh no, it's showing it. So see how the search area didn't update when he wandered to the left there? And he's able to see that it was hard. It was quick, but the slime was at 11 and he was at a 1 square. 11 minus 1 is less than or equal to 10, so he went over and slaughtered the slime, right? It only recalculates the search area if he moves like to a square that has a 6 on it. Because his aggro range is actually 10, but we've extended the search area 5 more squares, and it's optimistically assuming that if the cost of an enemy minus the cost of where he's moved to is less than or equal to his aggro range, that he should aggro. The bug is where if he moves in the opposite direction, which he was doing there, he moved to here, and he's now aggroing on stuff here where he shouldn't have. If he moves in the wrong direction, he aggros too early. Mobfuscator is the best C compiler. It spits out x86 move instructions. What? Everything is a move? How would that work? All right, so this, I know this unit test is horrible, but I'm going to continue to work with it with the hope that I'll soon be simplifying the scripts to make the tests more manageable. Until I get there, I want to at least work with it to fix the bug I have today. Yeah, MOV is move, so it's like take some value and move it from either memory to a register, or a register to a memory, or memory to another memory location, you know, any kind of thing like that. Turing complete. Those are big brain words, T.S. Jost. Turing complete means it's reversible, right? Or it's predictable? One of those two? I forget. I'm sure you'll tell me. It's, what was it? There was a proof, a mathematical proof, that if something is Turing complete, then a machine could do it, right? It means that things can be computed, right? If something's not Turing complete, then it's not always possible for a machine to actually compute it completely. And that some non-deterministic algorithm has to be added, like the human brain, or machine learning has to be applied to solve the problem, right? Anyway, what I want to do right now is take this case where the algorithm fails and kind of encode it in the test and then see that the test fails. Because right now the test passes. And it shouldn't because it has a bug. So let me do that. I think what I'll do is we'll move the NPC in the wrong direction. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. This time the NPC doesn't move, but a third enemy moves away. And this should not cause an aggro pull. Not lead to aggro. So it starts at -3, right? So if you move it to -4, it should not be in the list. But I think it will be, and that's the problem. Let me make sure. We need to have a 2 by -4 in the map, and I do not, so I need to add that. Let's add that. Enemy that moves will move here in one test. Will move here in another test. So it sits at 2 by -3, and it might move to the left, to the right or to the left. So that should be there, and the cost for that should be 8. Oh, hold on, I'm not doing this right. I need to actually move the NPC the other way. So yeah, never mind about here. I need to move the NPC, not the... I need to move the subject, not the enemy. Okay. So we keep the enemy where he is, and we move... Right, we move it to the other direction. This time the NPC... moves in the opposite direction. I don't want it to mess up the other tests, do I? The order of the tests right now is important, which is a flaw, but I need to work with it. This time the enemy moves in the opposite direction, and this should... Yeah, should not lead to aggro. Opposite direction would be... I think it started at 2-4, so we go to 2-5 instead of 3. So actually then, this one is no longer an aggro range, right? Oh, wait a minute, hold on. What's the aggro range in this test? Is it 5? 5. Okay, so if it moves to 2x5, then this is the one that or actually this one too, right? No, this one. This one it'll aggro incorrectly. -2, is that right? Yeah, okay, so that we can put, because if it moves to -2 and then we try again, this time and so this should not lead to aggro on the enemy that just moved. Right, because it's 5 minus -2 is 7. 7 is not less than or equal to 5. But with the way the algorithm works right now, it won't be correct. Yeah. Yeah, so this should fail now, right? Yep, there we go. It failed. Oh, wait a minute. It said true. There was a true for a search performed. Why did it perform a search for that? It should not have, right? Oh, maybe that's not in the map. 2x5 needs to be in the map. If it's not, we get problems. So where is the map? Yeah, it's not here, so we need to add it. 2, 5 is 1 away, just like 2, 3 is, because the origin of the search is 2, 4. All right. There we go. Extra key, which means there's something extra in the aggro list. Right. Okay, so that's the bug. So what we want for the solution is an extra search, right? The solution is that this is a possible aggro, and we need to do a new search to see whether or not it should aggro. So these tests where there are things in the aggro list, we always need to do a new search. The problem is that there's this closest enemy that's going to force a new search. I don't want that to happen. I think I need to adjust some of these tests here. I can simplify this down to just 2 enemies, right? Or just 1. Yeah, why don't I just have 1 enemy? Why have like a bunch of enemies and make it overly complicated? Let's just have entity enemy. Okay, we have these other entities which should never trigger aggro. We should just put them... Yeah, we should always just put them within range. Yeah, so let's simplify this. So there are only 4 entities. There's the subject, which is 99. The enemy, which is 10. A player, which is 11. And a friendly NPC, which is 12. And then we'll just call this enemy Y. Enemy Y. Simplify it down. GNU Windows? Yeah. When I use Linux, I'm using Mint, but right now this is Windows that you're seeing. Oh, I missed some stuff from TS Jost. Even HTML and CSS are Turing complete? I believe you're right, otherwise it would be impossible for a web browser to display the web page predictably, right? Yeah, so I use Windows normally. Do I have a command for that? Yes. I have basically 3 machines. I got Windows 10 here. I have Linux Mint set up that I can remote in through Cygwin X Windows. And then I have a MacBook if I ever go mobile. What's not Turing complete in 2019? I think there are certain languages that are designed to be not Turing complete just to mess with people. Hey there, I don't know if I said hello, Gawa. How are you doing? All right. So I'm simplifying this test down, right? Yeah, I was just going to put the friendly NPC at 1x4, the player at 3x4, sure, like up and down. Or no, that's left and right. I'm getting my X and Y confused. No, Turing complete means that things can be computed arbitrarily. A web page is displayed is because some C code is reading HTML and CSS as a markup and doing rendering. Yeah, but I thought it was... Okay, I guess I don't know it. Computed arbitrarily? What is that? What does it mean to be computed arbitrarily? You can write some clever HTML CSS that can compute things, but the user needs to click to simulate the computer clock. I thought all right, without JavaScript. I thought there was like a clock you could do in CSS. Like really super advanced CSS had a clock. I've heard that people can do really crazy things with CSS only. The things that you wouldn't believe you'd be able to do in CSS. I don't know. Don't listen to me, TS Joss. I don't know. I really shouldn't say unless I know. Okay, I think I want to remove all of these except for the enemy Y. So that's this one. And this would be entity enemy. That's a lot cleaner, I think. So I put the 3 entities at different X coordinates. The player is fixed at Y coordinate 4, and friendly NPC is also at 4, and the enemy can move, so he has a variable for his position. He starts at -3. That's fine. Okay, so this should just be entity enemy. Yeah. Easy. This is boilerplate for returning a bunch of things from the search, right? Where do I do that? Oh, right here, search. Yes. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to put an enemy. Enemy starts here. Actually, just say enemy is here. Find the enemy. Find the enemy right away, right? And these are beyond aggro range because we start at 3. Yep. Okay. And so let's just... I should probably just have the search... Yeah, I should put the search everywhere, I think. Yep. Just so it's clear. Actually, what makes sense is that way we wouldn't care if the search is performed or not. So it moves in a better direction. Let's just remove this flag, search performed, because it's meaningless, really. I don't need that. In fact, I don't even care if this is called. Let's just remove that. And that means I don't need reset test, which is nice. I can get rid of these. These are unimportant to me. Totally unimportant. Whether it does a search or not, I don't care. But that does mean we have, in case they do search, we have to tell them what the latest search is every time. So we're getting rid of reset test, right? Reset test. All right. So every test here has to say, why don't we just, for clarity, re-specify all of this stuff, or at least the position of the NPC every time. That'll make this easier to read. So let's say test context dot NPC, no, dot position is that. So we'll do this every time. So this should have entity enemy. And let's annotate the other things we know about, right? It's 1 4, what did I put there? The friendly NPC is here, and this one was the player is here. And then we put in some extra stuff here that we don't really need. Could I just remove that? I think I should, because they're just irrelevant. Yeah. 2 5 we'll get rid of. Let's just get rid of all of the ones that don't matter. Yeah. There we go. Much easier to read. Okay, and then we just have to set this up every time. So this one I wanted that to be a 3. This time NPC moves, but since the NPC doesn't move too far away from its previous position, no actual search is performed. Okay, that isn't true if we had something in the aggro list. So let's switch it around. Let's have it, the first call, have nothing in aggro range. EBPF isn't Turing complete. Huh. I have no idea what EBPF. Is that brain F language? Is that a version of that? That's what it makes me think of. Let's get rid of, since this is a first call, let's just have a scenario here. So enemy within range, and contextually it would be previous. But maybe I just want to pair these calls up, because it really does matter what happens from one call to the other, right? Yeah, so let's do 2 searches, and the first search should be ignored. Enemy comes within range. So that would mean that I would do the search twice. One with no enemy in range. So just don't even show that position as searchable. And then we would just ignore this. And then say enemy comes within range. Right? Expect that we see the enemy. Okay. Yeah, I like this. I like this way of doing it. From what you understand, it's a simple virtual machine running in the kernel to do some stuff at certain events. I still don't really understand what computed arbitrarily means, but that's okay. You know what I could always just do is look it up. What does Turing complete mean? Nope. It was awkward. In computability theory, a system of data manipulation rules is said to be Turing complete if it can be used to simulate any Turing machine. This means that the system is able to recognize or decide other data manipulation rule sets. Okay, this goes way over my head. Do they have it in dumb person speak? Okay, here we go. Oh no, that's Turing equivalence. I want to know what Turing complete really means. What's a Turing computable function? Okay, this is maybe a rabbit hole that I don't have time to go down in, but it sounds interesting. I knew this at one point, like 20 years ago, when I was in school. I've forgotten, though. Anyway, so enemy comes within range. So another one would be that the enemy appears beyond range, right? enemy appears but is beyond aggro range. I should say actually comes within aggro range here. Oh, appears. We should have like appears within aggro range and then moves within aggro range, right? All these different, these would be nice to have, right? So beyond aggro range would mean what? More than 5 squares away from 2, 4. So like, let's put it at 6 squares away. So -2. And to be complete, there needs to be a path from there to 2, 4. So these are required to make, these are required to, for any valid search to lead from 2, 4 to 2, -2. So we would have a bunch of these that are like the trail between the two, even though it's strictly not required by this implementation. We're not supposed to assume the implementation, right? So 2, 1 can be reached from, okay, I need to get the cost correct here. That would be 6. And this is 5. 4, 3, 2, right? Thank you for that follow. 2, 1, and 2, 2. 2, 2 leads to 2, 1. No, 2, 3. 2, yeah. So it's position in the search result, and then the previous position that you would, like the breadcrumb back, 1 step back towards the search origin, which is 2, 4, right? So 4, 3, 2, and then, oh, I need one more. I need 2, 3. Goes to 2, 4 with a cost of 1. So this is required because we have this entry, right? It's like, how would you be able to get there if you didn't have all these steps in between? We don't list the origin itself, by the way, with a 0 cost. I could, but I decided not to do that. So the, although I'm kind of second guessing that, it would be simpler to actually include the origin spot in the search. So that should be no enemy detected, right? Enemy is here, outside aggro range. All right, now let's make some variants on this where enemy appears beyond aggro range but moves within aggro range. So how would, I guess I would just take this. So enemy appears, well, enemy starts beyond aggro range and moves into aggro range, right? So that would mean we actually start with this here. We do a search. This is just to establish the previous search is that. Although, because we're having caches, it could kind of be kind of funny. But this is hopefully... actually, the better way would be if we could truly reset this script, but I don't have a nice way to do that right now. Anyway, this is setting up where it was, and then we're going to move it to move the enemy, we actually... Oh, I didn't do it in the other place, too. I have to actually set the enemy Y, don't I? So it starts at -3. We should actually just put it here. Right here. So beyond aggro range would be -2, right? Okay, so here the enemy was at 3. -2. So it starts at -2 and then moves to -1, right? So enemy is here. Just within. And then I don't need to be redundant about that. Okay, so here we should have the enemy listed. Entity enemy. I don't need all of these blank lines, right? Can I just shorten that to that? No one will mind if I do that, right? I can still read that. And then this is, well, I can just take this line and then just delete that out of it. And then that goes here. Okay, yeah, I'm going to remove all this old junk now, actually. There we go. It's nice and clean now. Enemy appears within aggro range. Appears but is beyond aggro range. Start beyond aggro range and move into aggro range. And the other one should be where well, hold on. Maybe they stay out of aggro range? No, maybe this is complete, right? Appears within aggro, appears but is beyond aggro, and appears beyond aggro, moves into aggro. I guess for completeness it would be appears beyond aggro, and then stays, moves, and is still beyond aggro range. Do I need that test case? Probably don't need it. Let me just make sure that this much of it works so far. Okay, so far so good. So, yeah, we want to have it move in the... We want to have the NPC, the subject now move, right? So... There are two cases, right? Enemies start beyond aggro range and the subject moves in one direction or the other. I think that's what we'll do. So, enemy... This is not correct English, is it? Starts beyond, right? Okay. And shouldn't I end that with a period? Then it's a nice complete sentence. Nice complete sentences are good. Okay, enemy starts beyond aggro range and subject, or NPC, moves towards it. Bringing the enemy into aggro range. Okay, so it starts at -2, it's outside of aggro range because it's at 6. And then the only thing that should change is as the NPC's position has changed to towards it. Right? So now the costs the search, if it were to search again, it would just be slightly different costs, right? This would be 2 now, and that would also be 2, and this should now be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and this is now the origin, so that it drops off. And this is from 4, hold on. I have these numbers wrong. 4, 3 to 2, from 2, 3 to 2, -2. Yeah, okay. So this should still work, right? Still works, and then the case that will fail is this one where enemy starts beyond aggro range and NPC moves away from it. See, now if Grok was watching, I'm sure he'd be proud of me, because I'm actually doing what he suggested. Just put the enemy outside of range, see if it aggroes or not. So we would put it not at 3, but at 5. So the costs are still the same, except for this one's now at 7. Right? And then we have to go to 5 to 2, -2. So I need to add 2 more of these. And I need to adjust the costs. So 3 and 4. 4, 5. And that's 1, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, so I'm pretty sure this will fail because of the way it's cached. Yep. Missing key 1. So that's the bug. All right. Now, to finally solve the thing. That's the current task, right? To fix the bug. Like I had written down here, we're gonna say that if x is not at 0, it's not the center, that it's possibly an aggro, and we need a new search to confirm. Need new search to confirm. The new search will either say yes, it is something we should aggro, or no. Right? So here's where we do this determination, right? Where exactly? Might need to restructure this code because it's really hard to read. Oh, right here. If the cost minus deviation, so deviation is where is x, so x is 2 means the deviation is 2. If the cost minus the deviation is within aggro range, So the cost here is 4 minus the deviation, which is 2. 4 minus 2 is 2, which is less than or equal to 2. We should repeat this down here. Then that's definitely aggro because 4 minus 2 is 2. But here it's 4 minus 2 is also 2, but we shouldn't be aggroing because the actual distance is 6. So basically, what we should do is if anything shows up in range and the deviation is not 0, we need to go back and search again, right? So I guess we're doing this possibly 2 times. So we're doing this in a loop, essentially, right? How would I do that? Where would I start the loop? Probably up here, right? I think so. Yeah. So, what would we say? We need to loop, but we don't know how many times we're going to loop, right? So a way to do this would be, we would have a while true, and we would just break out of it if we're done. Oh, we're going to store the debug. We'll store the debug tiles when we're finished figuring it out. Okay, so this will do the loop. I know what I want to do. I want to have like continue. Is this how you do it in Lua? I forget. Yeah, and then you have like a go to continue. And there's like some weird explanation about why they decided not to have a continue key statement, but instead you have go to, and then you go to continue. And yeah, there's a reason. I don't remember what it was exactly. But anyway, I think what we want to do is in this point here, right? Probably actually right here, we would actually no, we could build the whole thing. I guess we could end early if we wanted. This doesn't actually allow me to exit early, but this loop we could end early. We could say if, I guess if aggro is not empty, right? So if the length of aggro is not 0 or greater than 0, 2 conditions, right? If it's greater than 0 and deviation is greater than 0, then go to continue, right? And then that terminates this for loop early. So if we get out of that for loop, that means that we either didn't have any aggro or deviation was 0. So we could just break here. Now, is there a more clean way to do this? It's kind of funky that I have a go to continue to avoid this break. I don't know if someone can think of a better way to do it. Otherwise, I think that will work for me. So what will this... So I can't just continue. I have to tell it to do a search over again. One way would just be to drop the cache, right? So I can just say that equals nil. There we go. And so it'll loop back up and it'll go into this cost and it'll say, oh, whoop, out of range. And so it'll be out of range. And so it'll do the search over again with the current position as the new origin. And the deviation will be 0, right? That'll work. Let's see if it worked. Nope. Okay, it broke somewhere. Okay. Expected a table and got nil on line 384 of the test framework. Enemies is nil. Why would it be nil? We always return aggro. Oh, because aggro is declared local inside the loop. Okay, I can't do that then. Let's declare it there and just set it to 0 here. Or set it to empty there. That'll work. Okay, that fixed one problem, and now we're still having a problem where it aggros when it shouldn't. Actual... Oh, wait a minute. No, this is... Did I screw this one up? Hold on. Let me read this again. Enemy starts beyond aggro range and NPC moves away from it. No, that's what's wrong. The enemy should still be beyond aggro range. Or is still beyond aggro range, so that should be empty. Wait, then, so the test was wrong before? Was it actually passing before and I didn't notice? Okay, it might have been passing before and I didn't notice, so what if I, this is a little bit dangerous. Actually, let's take this whole file and stage it in Git so I don't lose this. I want to undo it and go back to what the code was before. I want to let's just stage the whole thing so I don't lose anything. And then let me go do undo and go back until I remove this loop. Undo, undo, undo. Undo the loop. Okay, and then run it again. Okay, I didn't expect it to pass. What did I do wrong? This should have incorrectly aggroed, so what happened? Enemy at -2, we're at 2-4, and then we move to... Oh, wait a minute. We move to a place that's not in the search, the original search. That's the problem. Yeah, that has to actually be in the search map, right? So let's annotate that. This needs to be in the search because the NPC moves here. I forgot about that. So otherwise it'll be like the NPC moved outside of the search area. So we definitely need to recompute the search area. So that leads back, yeah, so same cost. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing, right? Yes. Well, hold on, no. If they search again, it's from 2.5, so we don't include it. Okay. No, that didn't fix it. Shoot. What is it? So what I thought would happen was, if we're at 2.4, and the enemy's at 2-2, that's at 6 away, right? But if we moved to 2.5, and it was using the cache, it should have said, oh, 2.5 is 1 away, so deviation is 1. 6 minus 1 is 5, so aggro it. But it didn't. So what happened? 2.5 is in the map. Oh, wait. It might be because we can't completely reset the cache at this point. You know, it'd be kind of cheesy, but I could still do it. I can have a way to hook in here and clear the cache. Yeah, what if I did something like this? Function test only reset aggro search cache. This is sort of cheesy. I'm sure someone in chat will yell at me for doing this, but if I do that, then I can do this at the beginning of every test and we have a clean environment. So we just do that always. At the beginning of every little test here. I want to see it fail properly, dang it. Nope. Jeez. That should be clearing it. So what the heck? It should be calculating it once where that's the search. The enemy is here outside aggro range because it's at 6. But it should then have cached the search. So then when we move our position is in the search with deviation of 1. And so it should have said 6 minus 1 is 5 aggro. So why didn't it? I think I'm going to do here what I did like before I did the stream today. I want to put some print statements in to see what's going on. So let's put one at the beginning here. Print search from x dot dot pos x dot dot comma y dot dot pos y. And then actually let's move that to here. Deviation is deviation. And then we'll see if it might be the out of range stuff or not, right? Okay, let's see what we get for that. I should also put a print statement before the problematic one. Let's print here. This should fail. Okay, so it actually does 2 searches. It shouldn't have. Oh, it's out of range. 2.4 is out of range? Wait a second. It shouldn't be. We reset it, right? Then we set the position. So it should do an initial search. Oh, wait a minute. It will do an initial search. It'll do the find places. And then put it in the cache. Question is, why did it do it? Why did it think 2.5 is out of range when I put it in the map there? I don't know. This is also wrong. Oh, maybe the search isn't working. I declared a local search, right? Up here, yes. And then in here, I use search there and there. I guess we could print it here. Print. Search contains x dot dot what would it be? v1 dot dot y dot dot v2. Okay, so this test should fail. Search contains all these places. Yeah, so the search contains 2.5, then why is it deviation 11? That's weird. Okay, let me print something when the search is actually done. Where is that? Right here. Hold on. The search from where did I do that? I did that. Okay, so this isn't really searching, right? This is NPC aggro search. And this is let's just repeat this line. This is a find reachable places from, and then here it's origin x and y, and we don't have any deviation variable. Go. Oh, was origin not have an x in it? Oh, right, it's 1 and 2. Okay, there we go. So this test should fail. Aggro search from 2.4, right, so it's 11 because we didn't have a map entry. Find reachable places from 2.4, so that includes 2.5. So then why did it do that? Did I break this somehow? It didn't store it in the cache? It should have stored it in the cache. I don't know. Let me think about this. So it should have... Hey there, Menace. It should have cached it from this first. And so this one shouldn't have returned 11. It should have returned like 1 or something. I guess when we do the contains, we could print out what it is. Dot dot comma cost, and that is V5. Yeah, cost is 1. So why are we getting 11 and not 1? Slow down, Hot Rod. You want to see what bug I'm looking at? So this is the code that I was doing from yesterday. The old way I was doing aggro search was just, if the aggro range was 2, just search out 2 squares. And this would be like nothing in range. And oh, there's a Z within range, right? And then that was expensive because we have to compute a new search every time X moves. So the new way I did yesterday was we extended the range 2 more. So it's aggro range, extend out 2 more, right? So that's what these dashes are. So now none of these show aggro because there's either nothing there or there's a Z there out of, like, in the extension area. And then this is still no aggro because the algorithm says you take the distance of where the Z is, subtract where X is, and if that is less than or equal to 2, it's aggro. So 4 minus, here that's 4, minus 1 is 3, not less than or equal to 2, so it's no aggro. But here 4 minus 2 is aggro, right? And it works even for this one, because 4 minus 1 is still 3. The problem is if X moves out too far, right here, it would say it aggroed because 4 minus 2 is less than or equal to 2. So the fix I'm putting into place now is where Z is minus where X is less than or equal to aggro range. Don't assume aggro if X is not equal to 0, but say it's possibly an aggro, do a new search to confirm. This would confirm it, and this confirms that it's not aggro. So that's what I'm working on right now. Okay, Manis. Well, solution to that is get money. I don't know what to say. Get money or postpone buying the stuff that you want, or that costs money that you don't have. Yeah, no, it sounded super fun what you're doing, but yeah, if there's a cost, gotta find some way. If you want to pay it, you gotta have the money. Hey there, 715-209. How are you today? Oh, shoot. I forgot to run my view timer. Okay, everybody who's been here, consider that you've been here another hour than my bot says you have been. Okay, anyway, the problem is that this should not be an 11. It should be a 1, and I don't know why. I guess we should print more. The solution here is to just print more until I discover what I'm missing. So maybe back here we can print the fact that we're cached it or not. Where do I do that? Yes. So let's print something here. Print no cache. And then here we would say place not found. Or origin not found. Yep, let's do it again. No, so, okay, so this should fail. No cache. That's why we did the first lookup. We got all this stuff. Oh, it says origin not found for that. Why? So index of is not returning something for 2.5, even though it contained it. What did I do wrong? This is supposed to go through all of search and see if it's in the list, return it. How do you make money if you spend your days making this game? You don't see a way to give me money, so how do you make money? Well, two things. I'm married and my wife works, and that's number one. And number two is I worked for 20 years, 24 years before this, and I saved as much as I could. So you can do that. You can work on a game and not make money for a while if you have either savings or you're in a family that you're supported in. So I know some people who need money and they do this. They're not making money, and yeah, that's very nerve-wracking, I would expect. If I didn't have savings, I'd have, yeah, unless I could get money from this, which pretty much you can't unless you have like, thousands of subscribers. I'd probably have to go get a job on the side. That would be Monka S, yeah. I know a few people though that are like hoping to make money off of indie game development, and they don't have savings and they don't have another job, and I can't imagine that. That'd be kind of like starving artist territory, which I guess you can do if you're young, because you could always, once you really do run out of money and you're starving, you can say, okay, I'll go get a job somewhere. But yeah. Yep. Starving artist, yeah. In fact, like, I feel kind of bad. There are some Twitch streamers who literally talk about they can't pay their rent, and I feel bad for them. Okay, there's something wrong with this, and I don't know what it is. I'm wondering maybe I should print something here. Looked for X, X, Y, Y, but could not find it. Let's see if I see that. Oh, I broke this somehow. Oh, because there's not a comma there. Should be able to work at the local store and level up. Yeah, so my son does that. One thing you gotta be aware of. Oh, it made it pass. Wait a second. Oh, it passes right, but we're looking for the error message. One thing you gotta be aware of is if the place you end up working at requires you to be in a union, the union dues could be significant. So like my son works at a grocery store for like minimum wage, but the union dues are so high that effectively he works for less than minimum wage. So you gotta be aware of that kind of thing. It depends. It depends on where you live and the cost of living. So I would say in California, where I live, it's pretty dang low for the cost of living. But yeah, it could be huge if it wasn't in California. Let's say it was in, I don't know, West Virginia or something. I bet in West Virginia the minimum wage is pretty dang good. Yeah, so it's all relative. Show log. Yeah, okay, here's what I wanted to see. Looked for 2.5 but could not find it, but it contained it. So what the heck happened here? Maybe, is there a bug in here? Maybe we need to actually saying considering here. Considering X, so that's V1, right? And then Y V2. When in doubt, just print everything out. When in doubt, print it all out. Show in test explore. Yeah, run. Actually, that's not what I wanted. Do I want to run this runner? This one's slow. I want to do the other one. Aggro search. This one. Okay. Considering all of these. Oh yeah, look, it's not in the list. Did it not update it? iPair search. Hold on. It says it contained it. How could it contain it but then not consider it later? There's something wacky going on here. Printing is wrong. You're supposed to use the debug tool. Thing is, I don't have a debug tool for Lua. I mean, printing's not that bad. It's like a poor man's debugger. Because what I would be doing with the debugger is just looking at these variables at that point in time anyway. Okay. The only thing I can think of is somehow those two functions are using different tables somehow. Is that possible? That this could be using a different table from that. But they both capture search, which is weird. I don't know. Weird. Should we just print something here? Found it at index ... I. Yeah, considering, and then it looked for it, couldn't find it. Even though before it said it contained it. I'm missing something important. What is it? Look for jobs as a game tester, but because they're cool, you can get to play unreleased games. But they don't exist? What do you mean they don't exist? Oh, you mean like they don't have job openings for game testers? I think that might be because there's too much supply and not a whole lot of demand. So I know a few people who get to test games because they just have made a name for themselves as like playing different games and testing them on Twitch. So they don't have to go look for an online testing role. They just get offers. Hey, would you test my game? I think it's not that they don't exist. I think it's that there are already enough people doing it that it's easy for game developers to find testers. No, it doesn't always happen in the office. They set up non-disclosure agreements. But you could be right. You could be somewhat right, T.S. Just. Somewhat right? Sorry. I should say you have a good point too. I bet a lot of the game testing does take place in the office to prevent leaks. Hey there, Secret. All right. Why does that print and that doesn't print? Thank you for the follow. This should be iterating the same. In fact, that line is exactly the same. So it's like that search is not the same as that search. Why would that be? It would be if this places wasn't the same places. Maybe that's the problem. Thank you for those follows, by the way. All right, where are we calling this from? Find reachable places is called from here. And then we're stashing it into the cache. Okay, let me think about this. So when it iterates it here, that's where we're getting these prints. The considering is done later, right? Let me print out more. Let's print here. Actually, I don't need to print there. Hold on, let me think about this. Where's index of called? Index of is called there. Inside of cost, which is called there. So it's the next time through. I think that's the important part here. You know, Epic Games has available game tester jobs, but they're located in the real office of Epic Games. We live half the world away. Why does it have to be geographically located, though? All right. Good luck on your Russian test. Man. To me, Russian is very, very intimidating because of the different alphabet. I think I might know what's going on here. This one, the test framework here sets up search as a local. And then inside of here, we're capturing it here and here. But then we're reassigning it here. right there, right? And we're removing 2.5. I think we actually need to make a copy of it. At the point that this, where is it? At the point where this is called, we need to make a copy of search. And then use the copy in this capture here. So let's do that. I think that's probably what it is. So local search capture, or what are we going to call it? This search is search. And then use that instead of this. That and that. Oh, there we go. Fixed it. You like breaking games? That's what you do? Hey, I know someone else who likes to break games, Manez. It is Robert J. Dole, who is in a couple different game dev streams I've seen. Apparently he's really good at breaking games as well. But why was this the problem? Because we were iterating the variable search, right? In this function and then in this function. But back down here, I reassign search. So I assign search to be this list. Then we call aggro search. That ends up doing calling the first function a bunch of times. The places in cost order is called, right? Then the next thing that happens is we change what search points to a different list. And we go into search again, and the second time it checks the cache, and the way it checks the cache is it goes through the index of. Thing is, it's not looking at the first search list, it's looking at the second search list by accident. So by capturing it like that, this holds on to the original search list. At the moment that this function is called, we do this assignment. And so it records what search was at the moment this was called. So that even though we change it there, the cached value that this would returned included this capture, which looked at this, which was the previous search. That's the best way to describe it. To describe it better, I'd have to make an artificial, simpler example demonstrating the problem. It has to do with captures, I think. Whenever a capture is basically when you create a function like this and store it somewhere, and the function itself looks at variables that were declared outside the function, right? If that variable outside the function is changed later, the capture won't see the change. Well, if it's a reference and you change it, it will. Well, actually, I guess in Lua they're all references. So yeah, in Lua, if you capture something and then you change it, then it's changed in the capture. So I make a copy of the reference, and then this doesn't change. We never change this search anywhere else. So it's always going to be what search was at this moment. You understand? Great. I don't know if everyone gets it though, because I'm not that great at describing things. Anyway, yeah. So that's the bug. Now what I wanted to do was get back what was in this, which I have in the Git index. So I'm gonna basically undo all the changes here. Actually, I want that one. So let's stage that one. But I want to undo. Yeah, we can undo that one. We can undo that. And then this I want to undo because it brings in the fix that I want. Yeah, so I want to undo all of that. Let me stage what I do want first. Definitely need that. Don't need those print statements, right? Need that. Need that. And that. And that. And this line only. And this. And need that line. And that line. So what we're left is just the prints, right? Yes. Just the prints. So we want all of this stuff, right? This is the actual fix. Oops. Actually, you know what? I'll just stage the whole thing and then unstage the prints that I don't want. Unstage, unstage, unstage. Okay. So then, these are just the print statements then. So then I'm not going to just undo them. Just in case I want them back, I'm going to stash them. Oh. That wasn't what I wanted. I should have done keep index. So I need to do a stash, get stash pop. And I want to do get... Oh, did that undo the index? Dang it. I gotta do that again. Alright. You gotta undo the prints again. I wanted to stash the prints in case I wanted them back. This. Yes. And then here. Any print statements? That one. Because, you know, Murphy's Law says if I just delete the print statements, then I will need them back later, and I'll regret deleting them. And I had one print at the end here, right? This one. All this should be good stuff. These are only prints. Yeah. Okay. So I can just do a git stash keep index. And now I have the index, which is the stuff I want to test. So let's run it. Still fails. Okay. They didn't fix it. Just heard about Lua today, went to the wiki and got this. First appeared 1993, 26 years ago. Has it been that long? No, it's been around a while. And hello there, Wana, and hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing? Yeah, Lua's been around a while. It's in a lot of games. It's in World of Warcraft. That's how you make add-ons for their UI. It's in other games like Factorio and Project Zomboid and probably a bunch of other ones, but those are just top of my head. Games that I played recently. Doing well. Rough day today of meetings. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. Meetings suck sometimes. I'm doing okay, but this should have passed now, so I'm wondering what I did wrong. 386 actually failed early. Okay. Actual value has an extra key? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. That's expected and actual, right? So expected had a key. Let's print it. Enemies. Can I just print it like... What happens if I just print it? It's just going to say it's a table, right? Let's print the number of entries. 0. Oh, it's missing key, not extra key. Okay, I'm just not reading that correctly. So it didn't pull aggro when it should. That's what it was. You start your games experience with Warcraft and StarCraft. Do they use Lua? I don't remember. You know, it'd be a interesting thing is, can we do a search games that use Lua? Scripted video games. Here we go. There's a lot of them. Age of Conan, Baldur's Gate. I mean, you probably know more of these games than I do. Payday 2, Civilization, Dark Souls, Saints Row. All these games use Lua. So it's been around a while. And a lot of games use it for scripting. So just got a Twitch holiday emote by someone. Yeah, didn't that happen in Adam's channel? You might have got it from Adam's channel. It's very hard to see. Yeah. It's supposed to be Santa pointing at something, right? I can't tell. Is he laughing with tears in his eyes? Weird. Anyway, what happened here? Why did this not pull aggro? We set the subject at 2-4. We set the enemies at 3. So the enemy is here. The cost is only 1, so it should have pulled aggro. Why didn't it? Maybe I need to put back in the prints, right? Good thing I stashed it and didn't delete it. Git stash pop. Let's see what we get. Oh, there's a merge conflict. Nice. Let's look at the merge conflict. We want to accept the incoming. Why was that a merge conflict? That was weird. More merge conflicts. Yeah, why was that a conflict? It's like... Oh, I think I might see why. I think Git is just being conservative. Oh, this is different? How did that differ? Oh, maybe this is why this test is messed up. No, it looks the same. How is that different? I don't see the difference. Does anybody else see the difference between these two? I don't see no difference. It looks the same to me. I'm just gonna say accept incoming change. Is it gonna do this for the whole thing? Let's just do accept incoming change. We'll remove the prints manually. Click compare change. Yeah, look, it doesn't have any... There's no difference. Why would it be a conflict if there's no difference? That makes sense. But thank you, Cloud. I'll give you a useless internet point and say hi to you. I didn't even know about that button. But yeah, so the only difference was that one print statement. So why I'm wondering why it thought it was a conflict. Maybe it's just being overly conservative. That's fine. Conservative is fine for me. Okay, so it still fails, but now we can see what the heck's going on here. Okay, it's the very first test, right? No cache, so that makes sense. We're going to search from there. Wait a minute, how come it only contained 2 things in it? Hold on. Oh yeah, it only contained 2 things. Deviation is 0, so it's going to look at the same thing in the cache again. Alright, and then we reset it. So what? Wait a minute, did it fail right away? Hold on. Oh, it didn't search again. Oh. I didn't do this correctly, did I? I didn't have 2, 3 in the map here. Yeah, okay, I messed that up. If we wanted to use the cache, we have to actually have that position in the cache, but say the enemy's not yet here. But will soon move here. There we go. CRLF versus LF? Possibly? That one useless point's better than no points? That's true. The theory behind my point system is... Because my game already is live now. It's there if you wanted to play it. So there are a bunch of people who can play. They're not online now, right now. But my game tracks the number of stream points people have. So like Toulouse is by far the points leader. The idea is that if and when, I'll be optimistic and say when, I actually have game content for my game, because it's an online RPG, you could conceivably have in this town here some shops where you could turn in some of your stream points for items in game that other people can't get. So it would be a reward for participating in the stream. So yeah, I don't know what you can do with 1 point, but I'm sure Toulouse is going to be all decked out in like platinum armor or something. Day 1. So yeah, that's the idea, is stream participation gives you credit in the game that I'm building eventually. Right now, it's just for bragging rights, I think. Okay, so that should have fixed that test, right? Okay, yeah, so now we're down to line 520, near the end. It has an extra key. Okay, so that means I didn't fix the bug or this test isn't set up correctly. Because the loop is in place, right? It should have looped when it detected... Hold on, is the loop gone? Wait a second, the loop is gone. I lost it. I lost my work. Is it just... Okay, yeah, we want that. What happened to the loop? Did I lose it somehow? I lost it somehow. It'll probably be in the stash, right? It will... Hopefully I didn't lose it completely. I think I lost it completely. How did I lose it? Well, that's disappointing. Well, I guess I can go back and watch my own VOD to get it back. Now, that hardly ever happens to me that I actually lose stuff when working with Git. So I must have done an undo at some point, or a discard, and lost the change that had the loop in it. Oh, wait a minute. I think when I applied the stash, it undid the change to add the loop in the first place. Yeah. So it's my own fault. My ineptitude with Git. Okay, we'll just redo it. No, not a problem. So we're back to the test framework is right and the test doesn't, I mean the unit doesn't actually do the right thing. So that was where I wanted to have a loop, right? Where exactly? Right here, wasn't it? While true, do. And then I remember I had to move the aggro thing out. And then we're going to do this last. It's going to be a continue. End. And this will be a break. I need to move aggro out. Just to declare it outside. So that we can use it outside. Right where? Shoot. Right there. Actually, we also need to have debug tiles declared outside. Now that I think about it, let's do that. And then we don't need the local anymore. Okay, so we're gonna search multiple times, and the trigger is, it was here, right? We would say, if the length of, there was two things, right? If the length of aggro, is greater than 0 and deviation is greater than 0, then it's a possible aggro. But we don't know until we redo the search again, so we do that by looping back after clearing the cache. So that is this thing. Equals nil. Clear the cache and loop back up to here where we search again. It'll go into here because it won't be found, and it'll find it, and then it'll confirm. And I broke it. 190. Oh, yeah. Then. Running, running, running. And, oh, it passed. Nice. Cool. So I think I might have fixed it. Although, where was it? It was under path. Yeah, here we go. Cool. All right. Now let me try to do this carefully. I want to change and stash the prints. So let's just stage everything and unstage the prints again. And before I do anything, I'll run the tests again to make sure everything passes. Okay, I don't need that line. That's a print. Looking for print statements. Don't see any more. This one only had... Oh no, this one had a bunch, right? Right here. No. That one, no. That, no. all of these are gone. Okay. This one. So when I run it again now, it should have, oh wait a minute, there's still the prints because I didn't stash these. So I should have only print statements in here. Okay, so let me stash and keep the index. Git stash keep index. Run, and it should still pass with no print statements. That's good. So then we're good. Yay! This is the fix. So fix bug in NPC aggro search. By the way, should I say by the way, this also cleans up the tests a bit. By the way, this change also cleans up the tests a bit. The test a bit. All right. So if the subject NPC walks away from an enemy, finding the enemy in the search, in the aggro search zone, actually, let's just say if the subject walks away from this, from an aggro, a cached, from the origin of a cached aggro search, finding an enemy in the aggro search zone means they might be in aggro range. Not that they are. To determine if an enemy is truly in aggro range, a search is needed where the subject is at the origin. Discard a cached search and repeat the search if necessary. So that's what we're gonna do. Commit. All right. Cool. That only took an hour and 52 minutes. All right. Current task. Current task should be what? Actually, let me update the scripts in the test environment to make sure it's all working now. So, oh, I was there testing something before. I want to be doing Python tools, scripts, Candinal is the name of the test realm, sync. The scripts are in realm server source, ECS scripts. And that should synchronize the scripts now. So they're synchronized. And so this should be working now. So if George moves, yeah, so it didn't repeat the aggregate. If I move him to 4, yeah, so it had to repeat the search because there was a slime at a 14. And it's like, oh, I might need to aggro, but I don't know. Okay, so that's working. So if I move George around here, I can move him up to a 5. But if I move him to a 6 or a 7, yeah, so he repeated the search. Do you see that? So if I move him to a 5, it's okay. But if he moves to a 6, it has to repeat the search. I move him around, it's not repeating the search. But if I move him to a 7, it has to reload the search. And it will have to reload the search also if any of these guys get in range and that we move him anywhere. Yeah. These guys need to cooperate with me. That should have repeated a search. Did it? Yeah, okay, there it did. Oh, it's where if the number that the slime is on minus the number where George is on is less than or equal to 10, it will recompute it. Right, so if I moved like him to 4 or 5, there, and then, yeah, got it. And now he did aggro, and he's going to pursue them. I'm wondering if I should, it's constantly recomputing the aggro range if he's pursuing another enemy. I wonder if I really need to do that. The idea there was he might be pursuing one enemy, and then another enemy gets closer, and he might switch targets. Maybe I won't worry about that for now. Okay, we're going to consider that bug fixed and move on to the next thing. Attempt to cut down the CPU usage. Oh, there's one thing I want to do before that. For measuring CPU usage in scripts, there were some bugs yesterday I wanted to fix, right? Did I have this written down here? Did I not write it down? Oh, maybe I just put it into GitHub. That's possible. Let me look at my GitHub. GitHub. It was the issues for Moon Clock. Right, that we don't clear. Oh, there was another one I wanted to add here. That a report should show, well, instrumented. Actually, no, this isn't a bug in Moonclock. I'm going to cancel this one. But yeah, there's a problem where the report is not cleared when you start. So like, here, let me demonstrate this. If I start profiling, wait a few seconds and stop, and then look at the report here. See how it says, like, it called this function 304 times over a second and a half? Now watch what happens if I start again and go about a second and a half and then stop. Now look at the numbers. It's like it didn't clear the numbers. It actually went 446. So it's really 304 plus the actual number equals 446. It didn't reset all these numbers. It's just accumulating them. So that's a problem. I need, every time we get a report, it should clear out the numbers so that the next time we run, it should get new numbers. I wanted to fix that. And the other thing I wanted to fix was the format of this report. Right now it's showing, hold on. It's showing absolute number of seconds. I don't think that's as useful as percentage, because really I don't care about the number of seconds. I care about what is that a percentage out of the total time, right? And there are actually two percentages I might want to know. The overall time of all the scripts, so the top level will probably be systems. Yeah, so that's probably the largest number. So that divided by that is less than 1, right? So that's the amount of time actually run by Lua. But then out of the time that actually was done in Lua, how much was spent in every individual function? I want to know that percentage too. So I think what I want to do is replace the total column with two percentages. Percentage real time and percentage, I don't know what you call it, percentage of script or something. Because I want to know both numbers, really. The percentage of actual real time and the percentage of of all the scripts. But that is constructed not in Moonclock. Where is that? I have to look for this string called total. Case sensitive. Okay, there are 3 places where it's in the test. I think it's here. Yeah, so I need to change it here, I believe. Right, because it's just taking the total time. I think what we want to do is get the time actually consumed by Lua and divide total time by that, and then also take the overall time. Where's the overall time? Report total time. Right, so there's report total time. That's the actual real time elapsed, right? And then the function total time is how much that function took. So the ratio of that will be how much real time that function took. And then I need to know what is the top level Lua. I guess we can just take the highest of all of the functions, because that'll be the outermost function, right? Actually, that's not necessarily true. Because, for example, get another report here. While it's true that most of the scripts are called through the systems, stuff like this looked up through other Lua calls don't go through systems, so they wouldn't be accounted in that number. But the instrumentation could count that. So let me actually make that a bug. I don't care about that one right now, but let me make a new issue here. Oh, that's nice. It remembered what I was typing before. Instrumented report should include total time actually consumed by Lua. So currently, the instrumented report includes total real time elapsed along with actual time consumed by each Lua function. However, it would be nice to know the actual time consumed by all Lua functions together. And we can't just add them because Lua functions call other Lua functions. And if we were to add together all the numbers, we would be accounting the time multiple times. So like if A calls B, then the time that B took is also included in the time that A took because A was waiting for B to finish because it's all synchronous. It's all single-threaded, right? So I wouldn't want to know A plus B because that would be really A plus 2 times B. I want to know the true... if A is the only thing that's called outermost, it's going to be the time of A. But if A and B are called separately, it'll be A plus B. That's what I want to know that. So that is not as important to me though as this clearing the time and then getting the percent report. So that percent report would be an issue here. I'm trying to track all issues here that I don't solve immediately. And I'm not sure if I'll get to it, so I'm going to write it in here now. So this would be script... What was it called on the outermost level? Profiling. Profiling should show percent time instead of total time for each function. So optimally, that's not how you spell optimally, is it? Optimally, I would like percent real time as well as percent I don't know, CPU time, time consumed, percent execution time. However, execution time isn't yet known. Can I reference another issue? I guess I can if I do. Let me pull this off of here so you don't see my search history. That would be doxing, wouldn't it? Raimu moon clock. Yeah, there we go. I want to reference this one. Can I just pull in the link here? Hey there, iGrok. Hey, you'll be proud of me, iGrok. I took your advice from yesterday. I decided to clean up the tests, and rather than assuming that the implementation would actually do a search or whatever, I just set up like, if it does a search, here's what we want to tell it, and then the only thing we really care about is what did we aggro? Nothing, or did we aggro something? So it made the test a lot easier to maintain, I think. So welcome to the stream. iGrok is very knowledgeable about this kind of stuff that I'm doing, and he's giving me a lot of tips recently. So my thanks. Yeah, but that only... Piano Boxer, hello by the way. That only works if it's within the same Git repo, right? So I want to reference this issue, which is in Moonclock, from this issue, which is in Omni Arena. So I think I got to do that, right? Our execution would solve this. So for now, well, actually, let's just make that as a note. Note. Oh, well, see, look, it abbreviates it nicely. So I can reference it like that. It's smart. It's smart. Yeah, if I left off the reference, it would be bug number 3 in Omni Arena. Since you'll be able to see where you spend the most time anyway, and if you see some auxiliary function, you'll know which master function called it. That's true. So maybe this isn't as important. I at least want to get I want to get the stats reset on every run, and then I want to see percent time. So let's do the stats. This thing, not this one. The other one I want to work on right now. This not clear on start. I think this should be pretty simple. To not depend on the function being implemented. So yeah, I think I was going down the wrong path yesterday of my tests, expecting all the side effects that weren't really important. Like, this shouldn't care if it does a search or not. It should just care, does it give me the right answer, right? So I made the conscious decision of the unit test should only check for correctness, and not test for efficiency. So we can improve the efficiency and we can measure it with tools that I have in here, like the profiling tool. This can measure efficiency if we do before and after comparisons, and we'll just let the unit test deal with correctness. So we would do the performance improvement, make sure the test still pass, and then measure the performance to see if we got more efficient. Yeah. If I really cared, I think I would just make a special test for that. And I'd probably put more hooks in place and just narrow and focus. Like, if we want to really see how many searches were done, I could just count them at the end. I could just say, well, make sure that we searched only 4 times out of 10 or something, right? Rather than every single test here specifically checking what did you search. We're just like, if they search, here's what to tell them. So like up here, for example, I have it just repeated here, even though it shouldn't look it up again, because it'll just give you the same thing. And it works, and I don't care if it actually searched or not. Anyway, we're going to fix this one. That's as in moon clock, so let's clear the board here. And let me, I want to keep that. I wish I could do like close all but unsaved. Is there a way to do that? Close. There's no way to close all but unsaved, is there? If I hit that button and I hit cancel, it just stops closing everything. Oh well. Let's just collapse everything. I want to go to moon clocks unit tests. All right, so I want to set up a scenario where we instrument twice and want the numbers to reset between them. Function found in user data, single function. Is that what I want? No, I want that with the numbers. Default instruments, maybe. Yeah, let's do it this way. Super Shift P has fuzzy matching on human readable names? Really? No idea if it's something you'd want to do to check there. What I kind of want is, I want a close feature here that closes everything but untitled one. Wouldn't that be nice? And I don't want to have to save that file because it's just a temporary thing. Yeah, but the only options it gives me are save, don't save, and cancel. It's like, I don't want to save it. I don't want to lose it. I want to keep it open and close everything else. There should be like a close all but unsaved. Maybe there's a command if I look at the command palette. Close all. I guess I could put it in a group. Group? How do you make a group? Oh, is a group like, is this a group? So if I move this to another group, then I could go to here and say close group or something. Is there a button for that here? Is it close all from here? Oh, that did it. There we go. We put it into another group and then we close all in the other group. Save, close saved. Oh, there's a close saved. Okay. So that would have worked too. I could just done close saved. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Piano Boxer. Thank you for the follow, by the way, whoever that was. All right. That was useful to know, but a distraction nonetheless, right? Okay, so where was I? I wanted to take a test that's measuring something and then have it like run it a second time and make sure that the numbers are reset. So let's just take this one. Default instruments and call it second run. Second run. Simulated test case. We have 2 functions. So stop instrumentation and then we'll just start it again. Start instrumentation again. Sure. Yeah, we'll just have more numbers here. So we'll just make it simple. 2.0, 2.1, 2.2, space, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5. Okay, so that is 0.1. That is also 0.1. Then that is, if I do quick math, it's 0.5, right? That doesn't look right. Oh, no, that is right. That is right. Is it? I guess. Oh, because there was a 0.2 difference there. Okay, I see. I see why the numbers didn't add up. All right, so we would just continue it then, right? We would advance it and start again. No, we generate a report, and I really wouldn't care about the first report, right? I suppose we'll just throw away their first report and run it again. Does it matter if I generate a report or not? Actually, let's do generate the report because that's what you typically do. But you just throw it away, and then you start it again. Before we start it, we have to set the time to 0.8. And then we don't need this context anymore, right? What's the context used for? I guess no, that makes sense that we would get it again, right? Because it might have changed. So let's reuse it. Okay, and then just put in all the numbers I had before. Hopefully I didn't mess up one of the numbers. And then 2.5, yes. Okay, and then the numbers are slightly different, right? How is this the numbers arranged? Number of calls, min time, total time, max time. Total calls, min time was 5, max, total and max. And that was 2 times with with a total of 0.2. Min was 0.1, total was 0.2, max was 0.1. Yeah. And then total time, first time should be 0.8. Instead of 1.8. Oh, hey there, Crumpet. This one is 1.8. Things are going okay, Crumpet. A little slow. Oh, no problem, Piano Boxer. Thanks for double checking. The total time is the difference here, so that's 1.3. Okay, so I expect this test to fail. That's a shame. Well, no, I'm happy because I got some stuff fixed. It just took me a while. I don't mind if things take a while, but like I fixed that bug, even though it took me an hour and some minutes. 50 minutes or something, an hour and 50 minutes to fix that. I'm happy that I at least fixed it. So, yeah, no problem. It's when I take like 2 hours and I don't fix something or I make more problems than I started with, that's where it's a bummer. All right, so this should fail, and it should be that the numbers are too high, right? Oh, wait a second. Yeah, so it has 4 calls instead of 2. What's this one, though? Oh, that's a weird way to show it. The difference between 1.3 and the total time is 0.6 because it added the 2 together. Because it's 0.5, 2.5 minus 0.5, right? Or, well, it didn't account for this difference. It added 1.2 and 1.3 together. Why would it be 0.6? That's weird. Oh, this is 0.6. It's not 1.6. All right, got it. So it's 1.3, and it actually added that to 0.6. No, that's 0.7. Did I not advance it correctly before I stopped it? No, I did stop it. Oh, it's no, why is it 0.6? My math wrong? That should be 0.7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it doesn't count that? It doesn't count the time between these two, I guess? No, it should. Why is it 0.6? Do I really care? Maybe I don't care. It should have been 0.7. So you start in the right spot. It started right here, so it's at 1.8. So I don't know. Anyway, maybe I won't obsess about it too much. I just know that it should have failed, and and the numbers look like it failed the way I expected. Let me just do, I think it's just it's an easy thing. On start instrumentation, I think we just want to clear the numbers out. Where do I put those dang numbers? I think it's just in the class, right? That start time is reset, right? Yeah, it's reset there. And how is it used? Oh, maybe that explains why it's not adding. It's taking the new start time, subtracting the new stop time by the new start time from the new stop time, and the difference was 0.6 because 1.2 minus 1.2 minus 0.7 is 0. That doesn't work. I'm bad at math. That's 6. Right, okay. So that's points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 7. Okay, my math is horrible. Don't ask me for math help. I suck at math, apparently. So why does it say 0.6? That's weird. Oh, because this is 1.3? What? Why did we have 1.3 before? Oh, because oh, this is totally wrong. This should be 0.7. That's why. Here we go. Okay, so the total time is correct. It's just that the accumulated stats are wrong. Okay, so I don't need to mess with start time or stop time. It's the accumulated stats. And is that just in this functions table? So what, I just need to dump the functions table when I'm done? Maybe? Hold on, let me think about this. No, we have a report. Well, we update the... Oh, okay, here it is. It's function info. Right, okay, that's what it is. This report, I need to clear out this function info. Okay, so it's just a one-liner then. I just need on start instrumentation, I need to clear out report function info. Where to do that, though? I mean, probably here is the best place, right? A report.functioninfo.clear. Okay, how long is this going to take to compile? It's the first compile of the day, right? Where I made a significant change. So it might take half a minute. I forgot to wave hi to Moose. Hi, Moose. Or is it Mouse? I guess it's since it's got a U in it, it would be Mouse. Mouse. Sorry, I butcher people's names. It's just something I do, I guess. Okay, how is the kill time while I'm waiting for the compiler? I guess look into... Oh, I'm just going to assume I'm going to work on this next. I want to show the percent time. So that's a change to some of those expectations for these, right? I had it in 3 places because it tunnels 3 times up, which is kind of a pain, but I think the only thing, yeah, this only cares about that the title matches, right? No, that one has actual numbers. Okay, so 2 of them only the title changed. These 2 actually have numbers in them that we have to adjust. Okay, so instead of total, I put what the line was before. I want the column to be the same size. It'd be like percent. Can I just keep it percent? No, percent. Let's just have it percent real time for now. There we go. So that replaces total with 1 space in front in all of these places. And I have to actually go back and get the numbers correct in a second. 1 space. There we go. And then we'll search for that. And we'll find it in these places again. Meanwhile, that built. So I can go... So this is multitasking. I can go back to one-clock test and run it again. Now it passes. So I can check that in. Or do I want to just run all of the tests for Moonclock? Go to the Moonclock tests. Run them all. They all pass. Okay, we're just going to hope that it's fixed. Moonclock. Fix issue number 1, right? 2. Titled, instrument report is not cleared on second start. So clear the function info map to discard the accumulated statistics from the previous run. When instrumentation is started, clear the function map to discard. There we go. So it's just a more elaborate test with 2 runs in it. And then it's just 1 line of code to fix it. Test is like 100 lines and the fix is 1 line. Awesome, huh? The worst bugs are not just 1 line, but only 1 character where you like missed a semicolon or a comma somewhere or a decimal point. That's the worst kind of bug. The next worst bug is 1 line needs to change. I guess even more worse than those 2 would be a bug where you have a corrupted memory. And you probably have more than 1 line of code to change there. All right, back to this, right? So I want to see percentage numbers now. We're done with that, hopefully. Multi-thread memory stomps. Yeah, those suck. Man. Where you have race conditions and shared pointers that aren't really shared correctly. You didn't get a mutex and something else stomped on the memory while you were looking at it. Okay, so if it's let's just have the calculator do it because I suck at math. 0.3 divided by 0.8 is 0.375. I don't think we need that many decimal places. And it's 37.5, right? Let's just have it do 3 decimals. So 37.5. Actually, that goes for this too, right? And then 0.3 divided by 0.8 is... Oh wait, I did it wrong. Wait a minute. 0.6 divided by 0.8. I did it in the wrong place. So this one is actually double that. 75.0. Or did I do it? Did I get it backwards? No, that's correct. Oh no, the order is backwards between those 2. So this is 37.5 and the other one's 75. Why was that? Why are these out of order? Oh, because one is sorting and the other one's not. Like one's, this is lexicographically sorted. The other one is sorted by total time. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. So this again is this number, right? No, this one. All right, and then 0.0, 0.01, 0.0, can't type, divided by 0.8 is that number. There. Question, do I want it to line up like that, or do I want it to line up like that? I kind of want it to line up like that, so that would mean... What does that mean? I want the decimal point to align? I don't know actually how to do that. I'll find a way. We'll find a way. And how many decimal points do we want to keep? We'll cut off a lot of space between the count and the percent. Yeah, probably we can do that. I kind of want to keep the space there because I'm going to have two percentages in a little bit. I'm gonna wait before I cut out the space because I'm gonna try to stuff into a second percentage number in there. What do I want to do about these significant figures here? Like, at what point do we cut it off? Like maybe I round up to that place. So it's a fixed number. Like that. Because if it's less than 0.001%, I don't even care. I would just round up to 0.001 or something. So the maximum number of spaces this will need is 7, and so maybe how many spaces do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that won't quite fit if I have a second percentage number, unless I take out numbers here. But no, these are reserved for larger numbers there, right? Yeah. Anyway, we'll just keep it like this for now. All right, and then this is just these numbers reordered. All right. So this moves down to here, and then we're done. And that's this set here, unindented. And same thing, that is this one, unindented. Yep. Cool. So that's what I expect, and we'll make it happen now. Doesn't really matter which one of these I run, right? Run any of them. The fact that I had to repeat those numbers they have to be in 4 places and not 1 is a problem, right? There are like 2 levels of redundancy here. It's that these 2 tests differ because of the sorting order, so I only really care about the first column. But it's hard to just look at the first column only. It's easy to just look at the whole string. And the other thing is that it's at 2 levels you can ask for the report, at the script host level or at the ECS level. In order to not have these numbers repeated here, I'd have to stub out the whole script host from the ECS layer. Should the last one be 1.25? Oh, probably. I probably messed that one up. Yeah, you're right. You are correct. 1.25. 0. You're absolutely correct. I would have found that out the hard way in a minute, I'm sure, right? I'd be like, oh, that number's wrong. Okay, let's run it. We'll get the wrong string, right? It is the wrong string. Let's fix it. Total. It's here. So this should be percent real. And then it's just total time times 100 divided by report total time, right? And then the formatting for that is 0.3, I think. I don't know, let's try it out. It's a huge file, yes. Hey there, 10 billion. Which file are we looking at that's huge? This one? That it's, no, this is the wrong one. Or maybe this was the one you were looking at. That it's over 1,000 lines, yeah. Okay, what's not right? Okay, they're not quite lined up. Also, the order is wrong. No, the order is correct. I got one, it's one, also the, why, oh, the subroutine, is not shown correctly either. Okay. So they're off by one character. How did that happen? How'd that get off by one? 10 billion lines of code, yeah. It is a huge file. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I have to not count the first two. Why did it do that? Oh, wait. No, the expectation's wrong. Okay, the expectation's wrong. My bad. These are all off by one. There we go. And there's going to be a couple more places where I did that wrong. Space, not a space. Space, and not a space, and one more. Space, not a space. I need to get the subroutine one too. Move the numbers one backward when you space them? Yeah, probably. So, just run this one right now. Yeah, so the subroutine number isn't computed right. So, this is kind of a nice thing that Google Test does. It shows you the diff. So the subroutine number isn't correct. Let's find that. That's here, right? So that's 0.3. That's total. So again, this thing. There we go. I wonder if it's a good practice to have one script file coming from C# background. You always have one class per file, but you heard it actually affects compile time in C++? It can. What it comes down to for C++ is your includes. So if you don't use precompiled headers and you, let's say you have one large CPP file and you broke it into 10 CPP files, if all 10 CPP files have the same bunch of includes, you've now multiplied by 10 the number of lines the compiler has to go through in your headers. And some of these headers are enormous, like the standard headers. They're friggin' huge. So one trick that people do, especially Microsoft does, is they'll have a precompiled headers step where they'll take this and compile it once, and then they'll have either some markup here or they'll include a special include, which is the precompiled headers, so that even though it's broken up into 10 modules, you really only compile the headers once, and then you just reuse. It reuses that compiled header thingy when it compiles your 10 CPP files. So that recovers some of the cost of breaking it up into smaller files. But yeah, in general, the more files you have, the longer the compiler would take because of the overhead of your headers and other things. And that's different from C#, right? Because in C# you don't have headers that get parsed all the time. You just have references. And so this is really an obsolete way of doing it. And modern languages don't use like preprocessor include. They'll do something more intelligent, like an import or a reference. where the compiler says, okay, I'll get symbols from this other place when I need to, or maybe I'll get them right now, but I'm not going to just literally insert source code from somewhere else and compile it fresh every time. It's not uncommon for build systems for large games to do Unity builds for better compile times, where it puts many different CPP files into one translation unit. Yeah, so the other way is done, like iGrok said, where like I have a bunch of CPP files here that are completely unrelated, but I could collapse them all into one monster CPP file with one monster include list, and then I get the same benefit if I only go through the includes once. But then the downside is you have one monster CPP file. If it's part of your build system and you don't actually see it, and it's really just for the compiler's benefit, then it's probably okay. I wouldn't do it manually, though. You saw another streamer use Chrome's tracing viewer to view perf data in his own CPP app? Really? That sounds cool. I want to look at that. I'll give you a point for that. And let's put it in the notebook. Because I would like to use other people's tools as well, rather than make my own, right? I'll have to take a look at that later. Thank you for that. Okay, so that test is passing now, right? Where was the other ones that failed? Sure, do I want to run them all? I can just find where %real is used and just run just those tests again to make sure. Okay, that one's already lit. That one's not lit. Light it, okay. Lit, okay, and then, okay, cool. So, it's done. Let's put that into practice. So, oh, I don't even have it running. I've been making the release build lately with Visual Studio, just in case I want to use their profiler. So, I'll kick that build off while I do the git commit. Do some parallel work here. So build. Hopefully that's going to start building. Okay, yeah, let's do the commit in parallel. So it's really just a calculation difference with formatting difference, right? Yep. Okay. So change script profiling report to show % real time, not total. The tracing file format is JSON? Yeah. I kind of picked this format here just because it's easy on my eyes, and also I thought in a pinch I can import this in with Excel, or I could make it comma delimited formatted and pull it into Excel. But yeah, it could be JSON too, and then anything could parse it. In fact, I should probably make a tool that formats it like this, and maybe even does the percentage stuff, and just have the original format be JSON, like you say. That's probably smart, big-brained things that I don't immediately jump to. All right, this built, right? Okay, cool. So we can stop the server and do update release vs and then serve. Wait for that cluster to come back online, and then I can check to make sure the performance is measured correctly. Oh, interesting. I have a family member who doesn't have very good self-control about using mobile data, so I have placed a cap on it, and they're about to reach their cap for the month, and then not be able to use mobile data anymore until the next billing cycle. That's what you got to do when you have kids. Set those limits. Okay. This is a front-end bug, by the way. We should clear this map when we reload and not have to force a reload here. Okay. So let's do some measurement here. Start profiling. Oh, I also wanted to make this default, sort by total time. And I also wanted it to persist. Right now, if you go here and then back, because it's React state and not Redux state, it forgot that I wanted that on. Anyway, here's the report. That's nice. % real time now. 2%, 2.3. That's actually not bad. I could run that in the production server and not be too concerned. It would be nicer if it was smaller though. The big hit. Okay, it's hard to see without dark mode for me. Too used to this now. Dark mode. So the big hitter is probably still in the aggro? No, let me think. Let me see. The guide takes 0.6, aggro search 0.4. Oh, it's actually better distribution than it used to be, right? Let's save this. This is going to be hard to compare with the other ones. Why is it going to my downloads? Projects. Step 8, I guess. It's going to be hard to compare it with step 7 because step 7 used absolute numbers. Let's use the calculator just this once to see what that total is. 0.66241 divided by 22.5985. 0.0, so that's 2.93%. So we went from 2.93 to 2.32 with that last optimization thing with the aggro search. So we trimmed it a bit, but there's still some room, I think. I don't know, what did I say my target was? 5% before? So we're under my target now. I could probably try this out on the production server. I'd really like to trim it more, though. Like, one optimization trick would be, like, these slimes don't need to search for players if there's no player in the zone at all, right? So we could deactivate their aggro search if there are no enemies in the entire zone. Because realistically, at least to start with in my game, there might be 25 zones, and if no one is logged in, then why are we doing aggro searches for players if no one's playing, right? And even if like 5 people are playing, they can't all simultaneously be in all zones of the world, so there's going to be plenty of areas of the world where there are no players. We don't need to have NPCs searching for enemies in zones where there can't be any enemies, right? So we could do that trick. I want to save that for last, though. I want to really reduce the number of searches I do. What was the next thing? When pursuing something, only recalculate the path if blocked or target moves. Was that really a concern here? I need to do a fair test, though. I guess we could do one where we're constantly pursuing things. So I could start profiling and then just grab George and have him pursue home. Or you, pursue home for a while. Or maybe pursue some targets. Here, he'll go fight that guy now. Pursuit, pursuit, pursuit. Now he's pursuing home. And then I'll put him over here. He'll pursue home again. So he's doing a lot of pursuing targets. So this should be a lot of time consumed, right? So let's stop profiling and look at that. That's actually not that bad, 2.4. It was a little bit higher than the last one, right? What was the last one? Step 8. 2.3. Okay, so it's not too bad. Maybe I don't worry about pursuit. Pursuit. 0.4. I mean, it's a quarter, right? Or a fifth, roughly, or a sixth. It is a lot. Tether is still a lot. Why? Because of try position. Yeah, because, yeah, it's pursuing. Pursuing home. Aggro search is still a lot. Why? Just because it's done a lot. But this is cool. Out of 328 searches, it only really had to do find places 14 times. So it would have been a lot higher before. This is still, I'm thinking this is still kind of high. Why is that so high? Because the cost function is high? The cost function is high, why? It's not in things it calls, it's its own code. It's just probably because it's just called a lot. So if I move that into C++, I'd gain back 0.2. Which is, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if I'll just eventually just move all the cost functions into C++. And then it won't be so many back and forth between Lua and C++ when it's doing pathfinding. Oh, I still have these files open. Close those guys. Okay. I could do this. That's easier. That's a quick and easy thing. When returning home, use the wander area cache rather than doing a pathfind. So that is in NPC tether. If returning, it's this cannot find path thing. In fact, it'd be nice if I can get rid of that, because it's only used here, right? We could just look at the wander search area and see if we're in it. And see if we're close enough, if we're within wander range of the home position. Rather than what this does is it does a find path. Completely unnecessary, right? This also be an opportunity to clean up the tether test, which is a mess, just like the other one was. Right, it does all these paths and searches. Who cares, right? I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that now. I need to take a break. That's what I need. I need to take a break, get something to eat for a few minutes, and decide if I want to clean up this test and do this optimization step here or not. Oh. Don't actually have audio and can't stick around. About to play some laser tag in the work project team about 7 months. Yay! Hype. CM Griffing. Whoop. How come it won't autocomplete your name? That's weird. Thank you. Have fun with the laser tag. So you should see the chat overlay up here is Stream Parrot. It is an overlay made by CM Griffing, and I'm sort of been alpha testing it, now I'm beta testing it, and you should check out his channel if you haven't seen it before. So 5 other people got what? Emotes because of the resub? Or did I miss a cheer in there somewhere? That was weird. Don't kill. What is this? Don't die, kill all. Oh, I see. Yeah, be on top. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, I really should do that, and in the process, do that at the same time with this script, right? I should just bite the bullet and redo this thing. Let me take a break, and then I'll make an attempt to clean up this thing, and then implement this, and that'll probably be a good chunk of work. So yeah, let me take a break. I'll be back. Taking a quick break. There we go. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I am back. Okay, I'm gonna dive right into this thing. By the way, I need a haircut. Hopefully I get a haircut soon. Don't have time to do anything but code. Who has time to get haircuts when there's coding to be done? Alright. How's it gone so far today? It's gone okay. It took a while, but I fixed the bug with the aggro search. And I changed the report so that they have percentage real time, which is kind of nice. So, although it took a while to do that, it was worth it. So, I'm happy. Need a haircut too? Yeah. Every once in a while. You gotta fight back the hordes of hair. Mow them down. Enjoying having fabulous hair? Well, that's true. It runs in my family 50-50. Like half of my family goes bald. I figure if I start losing my hair, I'll just shave it off, and I'll be that weird bald guy with the beard. I'll be like Kane from Command and Conquer series? That wouldn't be too bad. I'll just wear a hat at night because it gets cold. Wear a beanie. You should try it, Rally Monkey. I did it once in like a couple of years after I graduated college, just to say that I did just try it once, and it was just cold. Took a while to grow back, but it comes back. You find out how much of your hair actually will grow back. Okay, let me clean this up. I'm going to compare this to what I did in... oops, I've lost my place. NPC path test, right? Let's collapse the irrelevant tests. This one. Right, so what I did was I just reduced the number of entities involved. And I had, for every test, we just set what we should search, what we should find when we search. I have a really good excuse for a beanie. You know, you can wear a beanie anytime. People won't know if you've shaved your head or not. You can just pretend that you did. You can have a make game framework great again beanie. Is that what he has? I didn't know he had a... Are you pulling my leg, TS Just, or does it really say that? I'll have to check really closely the next time I watch his stream. Okay, yeah, I don't think I really need to care what we find on these different searches, right? So, let me make sure, though. Yeah, so it's either 1 or 0. Why do I care, right? Let's just get rid of... I guess I can call it test searches, but I don't need to do this assert, and I don't need to do this index. Let's just replace test searches with test search and test path. Test search. So this was important like in the other place. We need to make a copy of it. All the code is the same though. That's good. Okay, and then it's just that. And I don't care if that does this, right? Do I check if a pursuit was attempted? I think I do still need that, but I don't need this stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to care about if it searched or path found or what. I'm just going to provide it data if it chooses to do a search or a path find. But not check that it actually did it or not. Who cares? Alright, so that should be that. Get rid of that. Oh, you have proof? Nice. Okay, either one more. No, two more. There was another one there. Another one. I missed a bunch of these. Okay. Test searches doesn't exist anymore. Test paths does, though. And we're going to get rid of this path index. This stuff. Test. So this test paths path index is just going to be test path. Test paths. So, because it's only one path ever, right? So we can just make it simpler. But if it has a cache, I'm going to want to reset it, just like I did in the other place. So let me see that again. NPC tether. This had a cache in it, right? Wander area cache, right? So the same thing I did in NPC path. There was a reset cache right here. Test only. Test only reset wander area cache to reset it. And then we're going to call that here in reset. Actually, reset test should only be oh, we do some of this stuff. Well, we'll do that there. That's fine. Hold on a second. Mute camera. I don't want to show you me picking my teeth when I have something stuck in my teeth. I also don't want to show you when I'm eating. If I hide the camera, it might be because I'm eating. Let's see. Do I really care about this stuff? Are you gonna make funny clips? I just make it more challenging for you, basically, right? Yeah, I don't care about this stuff, right? Neither returning nor beyond tether range, not on tether anchor. So, actually that means a lot of these tests will have to have this search in it. Are we gonna just assume that tether doesn't do pathfind anymore? That would be simpler, wouldn't it? Yeah, so let's just get rid of find path. No more pathfinding allowed in tether. Test path is removed. So that'll break this one right here. So when it pursues home, it'll I'll have to figure that what we want there. Can't stand the sound of other people eating, and the other day learned that there's a term for people like you that get really upset by eating sounds. Misophonia? Misophonia? Like misophony. Jar Jar Binks. Okay. I like this because I can see where the subject is, and we can see the search. The search range won't include that, will it? Hi, Anakin Luke. Are you just saying hi because I made a silly Star Wars reference just now? Why would you want to shave your head? I shaved my head just to experience what it was like, but some people shave their head in support of, like, raising awareness for cancer, that kind of thing. Sometimes when a family member loses their hair because they're under chemotherapy, other people in the family would shave their head in solidarity. So, and for me, I think if I start losing my hair and I don't like the receding hairline, I might just shave my head just to make a statement against nature. Yeah, so it's like what Rally Monkey is saying. So if I start losing that battle, I might just shave my head just because, like, if you want to have more control over how you look, go for it. Yeah, out of sheer spite, exactly. It's like Take that receding hairline. Who needs you? Who needs you anyway, hair? That's true. You'd be a much more fast swimmer, I'm sure, right? You won't have any of that drag. Okay, I don't think that should be in the search area if that's where we are, right? So that shouldn't even be in there. We should probably be clear about what the range is. Should I just repeat that in every test? I might as well. Yeah, let's do that. Let's, let me think about this. What does reset test do? Why is that nil? Oh, the key doesn't exist if it's nil. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Stuff like this. Should I just repeat that every test? I'm going to want to see... This one is going to be important. What if I just move this? So move those... Make those a subject of every test. So test context dot tether equals that. So we can see if we're here and the tether is here with a range of 5. Oh, I should probably also want to see the wander range. Let's put that in every test too. So I copy all those lines just so I could see the context that I want. I want that context. Arrange this in a way that makes sense to me. If we are here... Actually, there's no reason for me to put all those spaces. I should be consistent. There shall be spaces. Okay. If we are here and our home is there, our tether means when we get that far away from here, we should be snapped back until we get to the wander range, right? Is that right? Hold on. I get these terms confused a lot. I have only myself to blame. George's home range is 15. Right, so that's his tether, and his wander range is 6. That's right. He will not leave 6 squares away. Why does wander area go out 15 though? It's not really wander area, is it? It's tether area. I really need to have... Well, no, they're one and the same, right? Within the tether area, the wander area is 6. I should probably just highlight that differently. So it'd be cool if I had the ability to set a color in addition to a label for every square, right? Because I'd want to graph out to 15, but then mark all the ones within... What did I see? That was it 6? 6. Kicking butt there. But you see there, when he left the green area, he gets yoinked back until he gets to the 6. And then he aggroed again, and then he'll return to this 6 spot. He returned right to where my cursor is, because that's the beginning of the wander area. And now he can wander around. He's constantly being pulled, though. Let's put you back here. There. He'll wander within that area, and if I put him there, he'll stay around here, but he'll never willingly go out here. So there are basically 3 zones. If he's in the wander area, he'll move around in that wander area. If I put him outside the wander area, but within the tether... Oh, wait a minute. No, he does continue to wander. Does it mean he'll wander out? Will he go up from here? Or does he always go down or left? If I put him there, will he go up or right? He's only moving left. I forget why did I have... I really shouldn't call it wander area though, then. If you can go up or right from here. I don't know, I need to look at my own wander code. Why am I guessing out loud. Oh yeah, they'll wander away. Sure. Okay. So where is wander range actually used? Oh, for the spawn. No, that's not for. It's set in the spawning. Okay, so it's not really a wander range. It's how close to home to get before you start wandering again. I guess that's why I called it wander range. It's the range you need to get to home before you start wandering again. Once you're being pulled back. But once he wanders, he can wander all the way out to 15 as far as he cares, right? If I pick him up and put him here. Oh, well, let me put him out here. Yeah, see, he'll hang out all the way out to 15 there, but the moment he touched that spot, he's like, oh, and I need to return to 6. All right, I understand what I did. I don't know if I like it, though. So, in the test, if we're here, and our home is here, and we're at 5 squares away, then because... Oh, the 7-4 should have been in there then, because it's the home area that is the origin. So this should have 7-4 in it. Because he's 5 away, he's within range, so he won't be pulled back. So really, wander range is unimportant. Switch the NPC to a spawn NPC. Try again. Expect the script to recompute the wander range. Why did I do that? I don't care about that. Who cares? I don't care about the caching, if it's done or not. Right? It doesn't affect correctness. Neither returning nor beyond tether range on tether anchor. Okay. Let's set that up. Actually, what's missing from here? Let's just copy from here up. So returning is false. Yeah, I don't need that. Okay, 2 and 4. Oh yeah, so the only difference is we're sitting on the tether anchor spot. It should not pursue home. Cool. All right. Not returning no aggro beyond tether range can find. So it's not that it can find back. Who cares, right? It should just try to return. Begin returning. Make a step towards home. Yeah. Okay, so it's a 10-4, right? But for that to work, there has to be an entry here. 8, 9, 10, right? 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9. 6, 7, 8. So 8 squares away is beyond... Why did I go so far out? I don't really need to do that. I just need to do 6, don't I? Or 8? I don't need that. That'll be a 6, so that's 1 more than the range. Aggro table was empty to begin with in the reset test, right? Hold on. No, we should reset it though. Test context NPC aggro. Or maybe we should have it in every test. Yeah, let's put it in every test. Let's say there's whether or not there's aggro already. So I don't need that. Right, so we don't need that. You heard 789? Oh, my daughter has a book of those jokes. Can't remember a single one of them. Wonder, okay. Not returning, no aggro. Okay, beyond tether range, cannot find back. How does that work? Actually, I'm getting rid of that, right? Why did the chicken cross the Mobius strip? I don't know. Why did the chicken cross the Mobius strip? Hold on. Is this test even valid anymore? Not returning. Yeah, this test is invalid now. This test is invalid. To get to the same side. Nice. Sorry this is taking a while. I'm just trying to get this right. Not returning have aggro, but beyond to begin returning drop all aggro. Okay, so it's kind of the same thing except for aggro is filled in. So that is all the same. Aggro is 42 in it. Pursuit returns true. And aggro is set to empty. All right. Returning not yet close to home. Okay, here's where we need to start including stuff. So 6-4 means we're not get close to home because that's 4 outside of the wander range. So returning is true. We don't need 7 or 8. Okay. It will pursue. Make sure it's attempted. Okay, returning close enough to home. Okay. Cleaning up the tests. Okay, so 5-4. Now we're close enough. So it should be that pursuit is not attempted and returning is turned off. Unable to pursue home. We do need a case for that, right? Yeah, okay. So that's this, except for that flag is different. Not yet close to home. So that needs to have 6-4 back in there. And hold on, let me think about this. That much of it. Okay. It's a lot of work. Let's run the test again. After all that work, hopefully I didn't break anything. Run. What happened? Oh, I did break something. What's the error? Unexpected symbol on line 101. Because there's a comma there. It's so sensitive. To a misplaced comma, it's so sensitive. It's because of the lack of semicolons. It gets really confused if you have the wrong punctuation in places. I did it in a bunch of places. Did I do it everywhere? I should just, yeah, I should just use my eyeballs to search. I copy pasted that bug everywhere. There we go, fixed it. Oh, you can use semicolon in place of commas in tables? I forgot about that, yeah. Nice observation there. Okay. So I did break it. How did I break it? Oh, yeah, because it's calling find path. But before that, it got to 153 and said there's no... Why is it in 153? Weird. It's like off by one. Should it be 154? It's off by one line, isn't it? Eh. Maybe I need to run it again. Yeah, that's weird. How did it get off by one line? It does seem confusing, these semicolons, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try to forget that it's off by one line and see what's going on. So it's not telling it to return when we are obviously outside of the tether range. Why? Probably because it's, I don't know, not doing a search. Let's see. If not returning, it should call that, yes. Tether X and Y. 2 and 4, 2 to 4. We're not on the tether, and the index of our position is 0. That's not true. Oh, wait a minute. That's the problem. This shouldn't have been in the range. We should only go to 5, so that should be gone. So I might have made that mistake at other places. Yes, I did. It's the absence from being in that search area that causes the tether to yoink us back. Okay, so the only problem is the find path done for on line 54? What? Oh, 202. Tether in the case of pursuing home. Returning, yes. Okay, so this is, it's the return equals true. Is there only one test that checks that? And there should be 2 of them. How come it didn't hit the other one? Why did it stop? Oh, because I got an error. Okay, that's why. All right, so it's calling find path when it shouldn't, so we need to fix that. That's what all this was for. It shouldn't do that. Instead, we're going to look into the wander area. So we need the wander area in both places, so let's make this a function to do it. Okay. Let's take this entire thing and pull it out and put it here. Just make it a function. So local get wander area, this function, do all that stuff in it. And we're just going to return the cache entry, aren't we? There we go. Or does it? Oh, thank you for that follow. I think that's what I do want to do. So we'll call this. So right now this is local. Set up a function we can call to determine the wander area for this NPC. Caching the information, possibly. Get wander area. So we're going to use it here, right? So wander area equals, so local wander area is get it, and then say if, I guess we have to get the index of it, right? So there's also this check here, right? Let's pull this into another function. This function can be used to determine if the given a position, actually, is it always this given position or is it always the NPC's current position? It's the current position. This function is used to determine if the NPC's if the NPC is within the given area. Whether or not. So local is NPC in area. This function area end. Return this. I'll probably refactor this out in a bit. So this area is just this thing. Oh, I should also have it. We should also put in a max cost. Yeah. Looks like commas allowed, but you remember seeing errors? Maybe we'll use an alternative Lua? It could be. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. I don't have a command for hello, but how about I'll implement the command by waving? How are you doing? Yes, let's have it check the cost. So we can say we can reduce this into several steps. Check if on home. Actually, that means we need the home position. If... Oh, thank you for that follow. We'll reverse this and say if these are both equal, then return 0, right? Or return true. Because the home position is not included in the area, so we have this special check. Check if on home position, if so, return early. Find the NPC in the area. So this is local index is, and then I put area in here, index of position, that's captured, right? And then no semicolon. Determine, well, find the NPC in the area. If not found, return early. If index is 0, then return true end. Let's indent that because I feel like it. Oh, that would be a false, right? Not in the area. In the area if we're on the home position. So determine if NPC is within the maximum cost. I use cost sort of like distance, but I'm using the word cost because in the future the cost function might not be 0 or 1 or infinity. It could be that I had sort of indicating this here. George, you're in the way. See that swampy area? I was going to maybe increase the cost of passing over swamp to illustrate that. Right now, the cost is uniform, so when we do this search or wander area, that's interesting. It's not showing up now. This happened yesterday where it like stopped showing up. Like the debugging is not working. Yeah, it's not showing up. Anyway, the aggro search will show it. See, like every square is one more than its neighbor. So for these swamps, though, you might say like maybe the cost is 2 or 3. And so it wouldn't just be increasing by 1, it would be increasing by something other than 1. So rather than using the word distance, I'm using cost because It could be not the same as the distance. Determine if NPC is within the maximum cost of the... within the given maximum cost in the area. So that would be if... So once we get the index, we have to actually look it up. Area places in cost order. We'll get the index will give us the place, right? So index dot cost is... Actually, we're just going to return if that is less than or equal to max cost. The dog has been aggroed. Hold on a second. Let me check to see who's outside. How could my next door neighbor arrive home? The dog says, bark, bark, next door neighbor is home. Okay. Taking the index and actually indexing into the places to get the cost. If it's less than or equal to max cost, then we're in that. Okay, that's what I want, right? So we're going to use that in a couple places. It's here. If is NPC in area. The area is wander area. Actually, I could just use get wander area. And then the home is context.tether. And the max cost is npc.wander range. If that is true, actually then we're reversing the logic. It's this, we do this, whoops. Else do that. If we're in the wander range now, we're not returning anymore. Otherwise, we are trying to get to the home, so pursue it. Cool. So that should fix that, right? Yay! Look at that, it fixed it. But I don't think I was done, right? Or was I done? I guess I'm done. Oh no, wait a minute. I need to get rid of this cannot find path. Oh, nothing uses it now. We can just delete it. There we go. Cool. So I probably don't need this one either, right? Oh no, I used that cost function to find the wander area to begin with. Okay. Cool. Let me check. Is the game still... Oh, that's... Okay, we need to be synchronizing our scripts. I wonder if that's why this broke. Yeah, that's why it broke. Okay. Back to having a wander area. So let's test this. It's when he's returning home, right? So I need to pick him up and place him somewhere where he needs to return home. There we go. Now he's returning home. And then he will not be pursuing anything. No, he'll be pursuing, but he'll stop. Oh, there it goes again. The wander area isn't showing up anymore. But yeah, he stopped when he got to where it was a 6 in the wander area. Who knows why it's not displaying, right? I wonder if that's a front-end bug. Yeah, now it's showing up. Oh, look at that. It's some kind of front-end bug. I can't click it again. See that? But if I refresh, I can click it. Why? What would cause that to happen? What would cause it not to show again when I resubscribe? Huh. And I have to reload, and when I reload, I can resubscribe to it? Weird. Anyway, it should be caching that now, so that when I place him outside, he uses it to return to where it says 6. Okay, so now we can measure the performance of that and compare it to the last run. Okay. Performance. Go. And we'll pick him up and we'll like drop him so he's actually pursuing now. Although I don't know if we're comparing apples to apples again. Because I don't know in the last run how many pursuing of homes he actually did. But yeah, while he's running back, it should not be doing an extra. It should be doing one fewer pathfind per step now, because it's not pathfinding anymore to see if he's gotten to close enough. He should be using the wander area for that. I still need to go back and fix this problem though. If I were to block off, let's say I place him here, and hold on. How do I show this? I know how I'll show it. If I place him there and then say poke a hole here, he should actually step here to get home. Right now he's going to ignore that spot and continue going to the left there, I think. Or he might go up. Yeah, he goes up because he's constantly doing a pathfind to get back. We can see that here. But he doesn't know he's reached the wander area until he hits there, because the wander area is still has not been updated. It's still old. It's still it's not recalculated when I poke a hole in the wall like that. So I need to fix that eventually. But we have. Oh, it forgot that we were profiling. So what happens if I start again and then stop? Does the start get ignored? Yeah, the start got ignored. Okay, that's another bug. If I start profiling and then reload the front end, it doesn't know that we're profiling. And I didn't sort it. Anyway, what is system? Let's put it in here. What systems take up 2.2% compared to what? 2.3%, so it shaved off a little bit. NPC AI is still a big one. Tether. So it's the actual pursuit now that takes all the time. So let's compare that to what it was here. So yeah, it was doing pathfinds before, and now it's not doing pathfinds. Earlier, I was going after the wrong thing. I really should be working on the pursuit function. That's now the predominant one. Yep. At least we're not doing that unnecessary pathfind there. I've only called it 9 times. Oh, probably because most of the time we're not looking for a path back. Alright, anyway. Do I save this? I kind of lost track about comparing these apples to apples, though. I'll save it anyway. Save as step 9. Not really fair comparisons. How are my pathfinds optimized? Right now, they're optimized by not repeating the pathfind if we don't need it. So right now, George's wander area is only computed once and it's cached, whereas before it was constantly being recomputed. And the same thing with his aggro search. So his aggro search right now is only recomputed if he wanders far enough away. So if I put him on like 4, his aggro search is not updated, but if I put it at 6, it'll be recomputed. Actually, how is that slime getting all the way up there? Is the slime wander area too large? Oh, they can wander that far. Interesting. They normally get killed by George because when he wanders up here, he goes and kills them if they get that close. But yeah, so right now they're optimized just by not being done. We cache the results and we just use the cache. So iGrok recommended yesterday that another way to optimize the pathfind would be every time we ask the game to do a pathfind, we could check to see if it really needs to be done by caching internally. Where is it done? Where are we doing find path now? We were doing it in pursuit, right? Find path. I guess find path has a wrapper for it. Yeah, so when the game itself, when it goes into the C++ end to find a path, we on the C++ end, we could compare the arguments to like a previous call and see, well, we already know a path from that place to the destination, and nothing should have changed, so we'll just return a previous reply. Level, there seems to be a benefit from path reduction, where you identify and cache corridors. It's a little tricky in the sense that this is a grid and any cell could change. So I don't know how worth it is to. We'd have to figure out what the corridors are, you know. So like, yeah, you could determine programmatically, I guess, that from here to here, there's only one path ever, and so you don't need to like record all these positions. Or if there's any search within any of these positions, it's just all the same path. The problem is if I do stuff like poke holes in the walls, that's going to destroy that corridor. It's broken it up into, there's now 3 corridors there. So how much work would it be to determine the new corridors versus just not even look for corridors? I don't know. But you could be right. Let me take your suggestion and log it, because it's something I want to consider. I'll give you a point for that. I want to consider all of the ideas, so we might look into that. I just, on the surface, I think it would be kind of hard. I at least need to have it detect when something in the area has changed, and we need to recompute that part. Yeah, one worthless internet point. Okay. I'm going to consider that done for now. We've done that. So I guess this is the next thing. When pursuing, we only need to recalculate the path if we get blocked or the target moves. Are you spending too much time on these pathfinding? Most NPC AIs are pretty dumb. Yeah, I'm spending too much time, probably. Well, but they have to at least do the work, right? So I need, like, if I want George to move from one place to another, he at least needs to be able to calculate a path. And what if when that path is calculated, I do something like cruel like that? Uh-oh, he can't get home now. Now he can get home. You know? So, like, he has to at least be intelligent enough to know when the door opens and that he can move again, so to speak. Done 3 different pathfinders for reduction systems. Your last was a TRA. So PRA is path reduction. What's TRA? Trip reduction? Or you recalculate the mesh whenever the zone was invalidated. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing, is whenever I do something like that, you know, whenever I poke a hole in a wall, I can go and see what pre-computed paths might be affected by a change like that and invalidate them. So that kind of goes along with what iGrok was saying yesterday. We could just cache all path finds and only invalidate them when something changes that would have, you know, that would have affected it. So for if a path is blocked by an NPC, if an NPC moves, we would just invalidate any path finds that would have been blocked by that NPC before. Triangle. Okay. So yeah, my game is sort of a very specific context, right? It's a 2D grid, and any cell could potentially have any cost. Right now, the costs are either 0, 1, or infinity, basically. So this aggro search, it's very simple. It's just the number of squares that he would take to travel there, and the walls are infinite cost. But I can make it more and more complex by having different rules based off of the terrain, or maybe there could be uphill versus downhill, right? So I could make it more complicated. I need to be able to support stuff like that. Take the world to triangles and then convex shapes. So that's more complicated than I know how to do. But I can look it up later. Oh, that's a different context. This is TRA. Might not make sense, but you may be able to change the shape. Yeah, so yeah, I appreciate the pointers, because I could compare what those techniques do and what solutions they're coming up with and what problems they're solving, and compare it with my problem and see if there's any overlap. Gotta head out now? Okay, see you, Rally Monkey. Yeah, so I don't claim to know the perfect way to solve this. A lot of this is experimental, and I'm learning, and you guys are teaching me. But I at least have hard numbers I can compare to, so I can see, like, I really should just run this. Let's just look at, oops, let's look at step 8. So when I see that 2.3% of real time is spent in my scripts, and I see most of it is in the AI script, and I dig down, what I'm really trying to do is go after these, like, pursuit function and try to cache stuff to knock it down, or like just eliminate processing I don't need to do. And then a more advanced path finding algorithm could help me here, but I may or may not need to do that. I don't know. 2D nav mesh. I mean, mine's 2D basically, so I could make an. I guess you could consider this whole thing is a mesh, where every vertex has, well, I guess not every vertex, but every edge has a different cost, right? So these are all ones, but then in between here and here, it's infinity, that kind of thing. Anyway, I just doing what I can. This is the one that I've been delaying. When pursuing something, only recalculate a path. So I can visualize this by picking up George and putting him way out here, and then looking at his pursuit path. It's going to be constantly being recalculated, right? There's no real good reason for me to do that, because he could just be calculating it once and then walking the pre-calculated path. I would only really need to change it if the shape changed, if the environment changed around here, right? And we can just for now just say if he tries to move along his path and he gets blocked, he'll try to find another path. Oh, thank you, Mr. Halsey. I love reading white papers. That, I think, should get you 4 more points. Because white papers are excellent teaching material. I like to learn stuff. The trick for me now is to find time to actually look at that white paper. Okay, I'm going to work on this. How long has it been since I updated the current task, actually? No one's told me. Okay, so I totally didn't say what I was doing in the last task. What is my task now? I am removing redundant path lookups when NPCs pursue targets. So that could be either, oh, my camera is kind of flaky right now. Let's fix that. Gotten cloudy, so the light has gone down. Yeah, so there are 2 kinds of pursuit. There's the one I was just showing where George is pursuing home when I place him too far away. The other kind of pursuit is if I place him up here, and he will pursue a target. And that target might actually move like it just did there. And it got too far away, his tether pulled him back. So we don't want to recalculate the path constantly. We want it to follow the current path unless, like, either something gets in the way or the target moves. My hair looks gray? It's getting a little gray. Also the lighting. My hair is also too long. Okay. This is all done in, not tether, right? It's done in pursuit. Pursuit. Yes. So what we could do is we could have some kind of cache going, right? Hey there, Burger. What kind of coin are you here to collect? Monka S. All right. I guess we could still check this stuff. A mesh would collapse many grid positions into one. Yeah, that makes sense. The thing is, with my grids, it's hard to, like this example grid here, how do you make rooms out of this stuff? I guess you could recognize that anything within here has to fit through that bottleneck. Same thing with some of these corridors. So we could reduce the search space here a lot, right? we can consider this room and this room have a bottleneck here. I think these are more advanced optimizations that I would only try to do if I really needed to. You have to actually contribute to the stream to get a point. Sorry. Let's see. Goal is current position. Right, so here's where we were doing the pathfind, right? Right there. So let's have it cache the pathfind and not recalculate it. We'll have to remember where we are on the path. So we'll have to remember the path, index into the path of where we are. Actually, we can we find that? I guess we can remember where we should be and see if we're still there, because we could actually be yoinked off the path, and then we'll have to know to recalculate it. So yeah, there are 3 things I need to watch for, right? So let me put it in the notes here. Conditions. Often is the world mutated? It's hard to answer that, because right now in the test environment, hardly ever. But there are 2 cases where I will be mutating the world. When I actually have the engine in a good enough state where I'm adding content, I'll be adding areas live to the game. So I'll be doing stuff like this, where, hey, let's make a new room, and I'll actually be filling in a room here. And actually, we can fill in this all the way. And then here, once I have the room all filled in, and then, you know, I'll probably have like an open window so people who are playing the game can see me construct the area. But I'll say, okay, let's open up the new area and open up the world. So that will be going on within the world. So any scripts that are running in the area that I'm constructing in will be seeing world changes. The other thing I envision is that there would be, like, for example, there might be doors that when a player does something, it might close off an area, and then they do something else and it open an area. There might be puzzles where to navigate through a level, you have to do things that are opening and closing doors, or shifting things around. And that could be messing up a lot of the pathfinding that's being done. Cache the path and only invalidate it when you invalidate the world. That's true. So I'm doing that now for the lighting. I'm not showing the lighting today, but I could. Let me show that. Hold on a second. I need to log in. Log in. My password is Hunter2. So here it is for a normal player. And let me place a light nearby. One of these guys. If I place a light up here, do you see what it did there? And if I take that light and move it around, see how it changes what the player can see? I put it down here, I can kind of see it down there. So the lighting is actually cached in a way that I only recalculate the visible areas of the game when I actually make those changes to the world. So I should probably be doing the same thing with pathfinding, you're right. I just haven't done that yet. I have to think through that first, but I'll give you a point for now. I'll just assume you're right. But yeah, the lighting, because the lighting was very expensive, I did that like months ago. It was very expensive at the time to make it more efficient. We cache stuff, and we know we mark areas of the world dirty when things change them. So as I'm painting stuff, it's marking positions as dirty, and then invalidating caches if they intersect those dirty squares. So yeah. Carry on, yes. So conditions where a pursuit path is invalidated, or a pursuit path needs computation. So one is no path cached. Another is next expected position doesn't match actual position. So in other words, like George is pursuing an enemy and I pick him up and move him, and he'd be like, what happened? I'm not where I should have been. Do you write anything down before you start making something? Well, that's what I'm doing now. I'm writing it down before I make it. Not always, though. I tend to write stuff down before I do it if I'm not sure exactly what I want to do, or if I want to describe what I'm about to do, and I want to describe it before I start. No, you don't mean like that. You mean like a design document or something? Not usually, unless it's very complicated. These days I start with small things and build it up, and every incremental step is not a complicated step. I think if I fall into the trap, I end up with complicated things just by building things up incrementally, and I really should have a document. No position cached, expected position doesn't match actual position. Something gets in the way. Move fails. And also target moves. And one thing is we could have it where if the target moves and we're far enough away, and we're close enough, because we could just wait until we get closer to recompute a path, right? It doesn't have to be super intelligent. Complexity must be incremental. Problem is if it creeps up on you and you end up with something complex and you don't have anything written down to describe it, that's the trap I fall into. I end up with huge functions that aren't well documented because I added them one line at a time, and I thought, oh, this line is easy. Oh, this line is easy. Pin pursuit. NPC pursuit test. Okay. I think I want to do the same technique here where I don't assume it actually does a path find. And we're doing a pursuit try position. So we don't care about this one. This is the one I care about. So yeah, I can get rid of this stuff, right? I don't care if they do a path find, do I? I should get the path find set up in case it does it, but I shouldn't care if it caches it or not, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're going to remove the path index, all this stuff. There should only be one path. So this should just be test.path. Test.paths becomes test.path. Test.path. Actually, can I just reduce that to just test.path? Actually, let's do the max cost here. And then reduce this one to test.path. Okay. And what's this cost function here? I don't care what cost function they use, do I? Why do I care what cost function it uses? Let's just get rid of that. That's needless. I don't need this junk. I don't need any of this, right? I don't care if it calls the heuristic, right? Yeah, who cares? I just want to check that the arguments are expected, right? Yeah. Okay. So I don't care about this either. I have to have something. Right. I don't care if it's actually called, though. Yeah, I don't care about this stuff. What am I doing? Who cares? Who cares which one gets called? All right. This one I do want to know. Okay. Cool. So get rid of path index. I don't need that anymore. And these expectations of the paths being looked up don't care anymore. How much time do I have left? Oh, only 4 minutes. I can actually go longer today. I don't have a meeting or anything. All right. Longer, yes. I might need to get a drink, though. Getting dark again. I think it's going to rain. Raining in Southern California. It's like almost a catastrophic event when it's more than an inch of rain, too. A beer? Kind of early for a beer. I'm in California, so it's only like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know, everyone's different. I guess some people say if it's afternoon, it's time for a beer. Mudslide season, yeah, that's true. A root beer in a square cup. I actually have a cup that's kind of square. You know what would be cool? To have a cup that's exactly 1 cubic centimeter. No, decimeter. 1 cubic decimeter. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? You guys should check out Tim if you haven't, because he has an awesome stream. He has his own game engine written in C++, and he's making racing games with it. And TS Justice is, I say, his one of his biggest moderators. And all around, it's a great stream to watch. How are you doing, Tim? I should stream for another half hour until Tim starts? Hey, why not, right? We might raid Tim if he starts soon. Yeah, I usually only stream until like 3 p.m. my time, so that's a couple minutes, but I don't have to go anywhere, so I can stream a little bit longer. Wait for Tim and all that. Yeah, so like the current task says, I'm working on reducing redundancy in path lookups in my game. So if I pick up George here and like pop him down here, you can see that's the path he's computing to get back to his home area. The inefficiency is that he's recomputing the path every step. You can kind of see mentally that he doesn't really need to do that, right? He could just walk the path that he calculates at the very front, and he only really needs to recalculate a path if I do something like, let's see if I can do it fast enough. If I place him way out here, and then I go to painting mode, and I like place a barrier here. Oh, he can't get home, but now he can. And then he is like, nope, sorry, but you can go through there. So then it makes sense for him to recalculate a path, right? Because I am changing what's in his way. So I'm working on having it recalculate the path only when he gets blocked or his target moves or a couple other conditions. That's what I'm working on right now. But I'm first going through and cleaning up the unit test for this. Reducing dependencies, reducing redundancies, all that stuff. Yep. Okay, so I don't care about these anymore, do I? I'm just gonna drop these. Oh, and this got moved, right? Yes. So it's just path and max cost, right? Test.max cost. There we go. Right, paths is just path now. Reticulating splines or slimes. Recycling slimes. You're eating an animal carrying. You start the stream soon. Okay. Working on presentation for the competition you submitted Turbo Boom to. Nice. So you submitted? Or you're going to submit? If you submitted it, how did it do? Or did you already talk about that and I forgot? Anyway, Turbo Boom looks like a pretty cool game. Also, did you guys know TS Jost made a really cool, what would you call it? Trailer? A trailer for Turbo Boom. It's awesome. Already submitted, is nominated for 2 things. Oh, nice. Is it nominated for Best Game Trailer? Teaser trailer? If so, we should thank TS Jost, right? Actually, I think the video says TS Jost in it. Approved by TS Jost or something like that. Okay, try to pursue distant position. Try to pursue same position. Okay. Link it. Yeah, you can link it if you want. Or you can just watch Tim's stream and undoubtedly he'll show the trailer at least once. Position. There you go. There's the teaser trailer. It's pretty good too. Well done, TS Just. So yeah, if it's gone, it's not going to do a path find, so I don't care. If it's in a different zone, also not going to do a path find. Should I put in max cost? Actually, it doesn't even need to set these. There's no reason to. There we go. That's also, by the way, if I can do this right, still my favorite emote. I love that emote. I just need to wear the... I need to get the beanie, I need to get the glasses, and I need to grow out my beard more, and then we can try to replicate that. You made a clip for me, TS Just. I haven't gotten to it yet. And how could it can't be better than Tim... What is it? Timbo Good. So, why am I even trying? Hey there, Tua Bud. How are you doing? Oh, and I forgot to wave to Dryasjans. By the way, Dryasjans, you had like commented on a YouTube video I made, like one of my Twitch streams exports to YouTube, and it had sat there for like 6 or 7 months. And yours and a bunch of others, I'm like, oh crap. People have been commenting on my YouTube videos, and I haven't been responding to the comments. I'm sorry. All right, I'm trying to fix this now. Try to pursue distant position. Limited pursuit should not pursue because it's too distant. Right, so there will be a path with a max cost. The path will be empty. That makes sense. Okay. Why these positions? Oh, limited means it doesn't go beyond the aggro range, and this is what? I guess we're just saying that that's too far away. Try to pursue nearer position. Limited pursuit should pursue is successful. That's if we give it a path, right? Yeah, so this is test max. We don't care about the cost function. We just do that. So there's the path. There's the max cost. So the path goes from 2-4 to 3-4, 4-4, 5-4, 5-5, 5-6, 5-7. I forget what that... Oh, that's the direction it will go when it tries to pursue, right? Tried to pursue position, pursuit not limited aggro range. Within maximum pursuit range, should pursue successful. Okay, sure. So test dot, and then drop that. Why 50? I think that's just a constant I had in pursuit. Oh yeah, max pursuit range, 50. Okay. Cool. Try to pursue position pursuit not limited to aggro range beyond maximum pursuit range should not pursue. Okay, so why is it looking it up twice? Oh, did I program this to look it up twice? I remember doing this to fix the slimes, right? It did a find path and then it did another find path. The only difference here is the cost function. So I wonder, should the test framework actually check to see which cost function is passed in and then give it a different path? These are wrapped. So we would have to actually call it to figure out which one it is. We could do that. That's how you found me, through the YouTube? Interesting. Makes sense, I guess. All right. It's getting cold again. I need to put back my sweater on. 66 degrees? Is my thermostat not working? Hold on a second. I don't know why the heat's not coming on. Maybe I'll turn it up. I can turn it up from my phone here. Yeah, why is it off? Someone turn the heater off. That's why it's so cold. There, turn it on. Is it gonna come on? It better. I'm cold. It's 65 degrees Fahrenheit where I am. What is that in in meters. 65 FNC. 18.3. It's getting too cold for me. And this is inside. I'm sure it's colder outside. Anyway. Yeah, so we can say, we can have a variable called which cost function. And then this could just put in a number or something, or just a, yeah. So you could say that which cost function? NPC path cost, sure. Background only. And then we will use that inside a find path because that matters. How does it matter? I guess we'll have to have two paths, right? Yeah. Let's do path. Path and path background. Let's have two of them. And it might be that this is the same. It might be that they're different. So we're going to call the cost function. And then we're going to say if which cost function is this one, then, oh, thank you for that follow, then return test path. Else, return test path background. Then I need to make sure we set up both paths, and I need to do that in all of these places, don't I? So this is path background. This one will just, doesn't matter, we don't care which one they end up calling, they get the same path. Right, same thing here. 2 plus 2 equals 5 for very large values of 2. Yes, normally we have our thermostat set to 68. What is that in meters? 20. And then the heat is supposed to come on, but I think Mrs. Raimu turned off the heater and didn't tell me, and then left for the day. I'll have to complain later that I started freezing on stream. And I only noticed when it got down to 65. All right. Oh, hey there, FD God. What a appropriate badge you have there, because I feel like that badge. I'm cold. All right. Okay, just making sure I didn't miss anything. If I miss anything in chat, it's not that I'm ignoring you. It's probably that I just didn't see it. Feel free to tag me. There was a reason why this had two paths, right? Oh, the Quantum Blaze had a question. What are the benefits of using Lua with CPP? So, the main benefit is that I can change the logic on the fly. So, for example, let's say we're looking at George's aggro search, right? Let's say I don't want to actually show 1 through 15. I want to print something else, right? So I'm going to go to... I should make sure that the automation is still running. It is. So, where was that again? Aggression? No, it was... I'm not going to be able to find it now, aren't I? Without searching. Aggro search. We'll search for aggro search. Here it is. So I can decide in the Lua here, we want to make the label something else. So we'll have it say something like, I don't know. What's something easy? I guess I can just put, I can put brackets around it, or braces around it. And then I hit save, and look at that. Instant change. So I didn't have to recompile any of the code or stop the server or start it. It's pretty much instant. The moment I change the code in Lua, the automation I have set up just uploads it to the game and it's immediate. So that's the pro for doing Lua with C++ is You know, pretty much instant change to the game logic. The con is that it's slower and requires a little bit of adaptation to fit into C++, but not a whole lot. It took me like a day or two to do it. Yeah, that badge is from last year's charity stuff. Yeah, hello, by the way, Quantum Blaze. I hope I answered your question well enough. I use Lua when I'm working on game logic and I want to be able to change it quickly and see the results in the game and not have to recompile everything. But I'm finding that it has challenges. It's harder to debug. It's slower, and so there's more of a challenge to keep it optimized. And if all else fails, I take this code and I put it into C++ and get better performance just because it's more efficient that way. People have asked me why not use Lua JIT, and that actually works as long as the logic stays in Lua. If you do a lot of calling between Lua and C, the advantages you get with Lua JIT kind of fall away. Yeah, so I did some speed comparisons between vanilla Lua and Lua JIT, and there was no advantage when I have a lot of calls back and forth with C. If Lua JIT is logic is all internal, then it's a lot faster with Lua JIT. But right now, doing a lot of back and forth. Every time you see a game colon, it's going back into C++. So it kind of ruins the Lua JIT advantage, and so vanilla Lua is what I use. Because there's no advantage to Lua JIT for me. All right, back to Pursuit. Pursuit test. Try to pursue a position. Pursuit is not limited to aggro range. It's within. So why did I have that doing two paths? I don't remember. Let me look at the diff here. It's not going to show me what line I was on. 151. Oh, we really only had one in here. Okay, so where did I have two? Oh, this one. Okay, good. I was just confused. This one has two because it's beyond maximum pursuit range, so the first path says that there is no path. Yeah, so this will have two. This will have two paths then. The max cost is the same. It's just I have two paths. Path. Yeah, okay. Right. Now why am I having them separate? Oh, for future tests, that's right. Okay. I haven't written a test for it, but I should write a test where it can't find a path through another NPC, but then it searches again background only and finds a path. Alright. I think I am no longer confused. That's a good thing. So I can finish this test rewrite. Let me run it. Where are we? Find where we are, please. Run it. Wait, we're up here. Broken. Oh, I didn't call it with the right arguments. Oh, well, I don't care about the arguments, do I? Or do I do that again? In here. Right, I need to pass, what was it? The tiles, right? Shoot, what do I do? I guess I just remove the expectations. I don't really care. Yeah, who cares? I'm just gonna get rid of these expectations. I don't care about this stuff. It just makes it too hard to test. Need to do something. Well, I'll just leave that part. Okay, cool. So it's working. I'm missing some test cases. Right. I need a test case to make sure that it doesn't recalculate a new path. So it would be that it makes a second step and can still find the target, right? And then another test where it gets blocked and it should then move in a different direction. Actually, here's where the pursuit failed. Should it try again? with a different path? Let me think about this. This is the only case where I did result is false, right? Yeah. So I need to think about this. If it can't pursue, it's just returning it right now, but that's the case where I would want to recompute the path, right? Would I do it immediately and try to pursue again? Probably, right? So let's take that into consideration here. Try to pursue position, should pursue fails. Actually, let's give it... This is more elaborate. Try to pursue position. Unlimited pursuit. Or the first step should always succeed. Succeed in first step, but get blocked on the second step. Should this should cause a new path to be computed and a step in a different direction attempted. Okay, so if initially the path is that, and we'll say true for the first step, and then it moves y plus 1, this will be a true. And then the second call will give them a new path. Wait a minute, it's gonna, hold on, it's gonna call, it's gonna actually ask for that result more than once. This result is a bad word too. It shouldn't just be called result, it should be called what? Where is, oh, right here. Test.result. It should be pursuit try delta result. Let's rename it. NPC pursuit try delta result. There we go. Fixed. The problem is that it might get, I want to say return false the first time and then return true. How do I do that? I guess we can instead of having a flag, we can have conditions that it should pass and which ones it should fail on. Right, which dx and which dy it should, which dx and dy it should pass on. Yeah, what if I turn it to that? So, yeah, let's do that. Instead of that, oh, there it is again. Result. Right, so that is there, but let's change it. Let's say NPC pursuit try delta allow or something, or success, I don't know, step required, or step allowed, and we'll make that an object, and instead of just returning it, we're going to say if dx is equal to this dot x and dy equal to y. Actually, that's what we're going to return. So it'll return true on the step that we allow it to take. So I'm going to remove these expectations here. Yeah. So I'm going to remove that. Instead, it's going to be built into this thing. Okay, so there should be a dx, yeah, this stuff right here. So this will be that equals x equals 1, y equals 0. And there it's 0, 1. Right? And here it's also 0, 1. And there too. Okay, no, but here we're going to have it, it'll go in one step, and then we'll call it again and have it required to go a different direction this time. We'll have it go like, instead of down, we'll have it go to the right. And we'll give them a new path. So there'll be a new, so that pursuit tried, and again, like that. And I have to change its position between the two. So now he's at 3. Hold on. He was at 2-4. Now he's at 2-5. But now he's going to try to go to 3-5 and he'll get blocked. So we'll give him a new path that from 2-5 you go to oh, instead of 3 wait a minute, this is wrong, isn't it? No, 2-4 y plus 1 is 2-5. Then he'll try to go that, but we'll say no, you got to go down again. Because the next step would be 2-6. To get around an obstacle at 2-5, you have to go to 2-6 and then to 3-6. If 2-5 is blocked, it's down, right, and then up. So that would be yeah. So to avoid 2-5, which becomes a barrier. No, to avoid 3-5. Okay, I can't go that way then. Down, right. Okay, I have to go right again. 4-6. And then up. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So this is simulating an obstacle. Should I put that in here? But get blocked. So a barrier of some kind appears at x equals 3, y equals 5. So the path is a new path around it is needed. Yeah, okay. So this should fail right now, right? Or no, this should pass. It should work. It's just that we want to make it more efficient with the cache. Yeah, so it still works. I'm in the right test, right? Yeah, so now I need to do the cache, and the cache has to work with this more rigid requirement that it can go around obstacles. Okay, so let's do it. I'm going to build into this that this reset really needs to drop any previous cache, so we're going to do the testing trick that I did earlier. That this should call something in reset here to reset. What are we going to call it? Pursuit caches or something? Pursuit paths? Reset pursuit path cache. Sure, pursuit path cache. So that will be some kind of function. Kind of like that. And actually, let's take this whole thing and go to pursuit. Because pursuit needs to have storage for this cache. Let's put it here. So we were calling it pursuit path cache. Right there. So there's the cache. So, but when we're going to look it up, instead we're going to see do we already have one, and we're going to try it first. So, yeah, that's if pursuit path cache, and it's tied to the NPC entity, right? So we have that. Actually, does the test set up an entity? It should. It doesn't. Let's put that in there. NPC entity. Is that right? No, it's in the context. There we go. And it could be anything I want. How about 99? Because that's just used as an arbitrary key here. So if that is nil, then we're going to do this lookup, right? Find a path using one cost function. If not, try another function. If we still can't find it, then give up. because we can't find a path. But presuming we found a path, let's cache it. So then that equals path, right? And actually, let's declare path outside here. So then we can build it. And then if it already exists, we'll retrieve it. Path equals this. Probably a better way to write this. Let me think about this. Okay, see you, Tim. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, that'll work. If the cache is empty, fill it. Actually, don't I want to do this in a loop? Because we might want to try multiple times. Yeah, so how will that work with the test here, though? It'll try pursuing twice, won't it? Yeah, so it's just going to set this twice. Won't you do the caching in C? Probably. Right now the caching is not done in the C, but the path finding is done in C, except for the cost function. I've started to move that into C, but I haven't completely done that yet. The API back into C right now is whenever there's a game : so the path heuristic is in C because it was a big savings to move it into C, and so is the path finding itself. But the caching, it's going to be in Lua right now. If I need to, I'll move it to C. Probably end up moving this whole thing to C eventually. But I'm trying to see what can I get away with by keeping it in Lua. Because again, I like the advantage of I can make tweaks in Lua really, really quickly. But in the long run, I think you're right, Mr. Halsey. Eventually this will all be in C. After I refactor and clean it up and make it work. And all that stuff. All right. We have a path and try. See, I want to do this in a loop then, right? It should, if it can't pursue, it should try again with a new. So it should try at most twice. How would I say that? I guess we'll have a Boolean. So local tried new path. And then, well, let's reverse the logic here. Well, no, I can leave it that way. It reads better this way. While not tried new path. Is that how you do a not? I think that's how you do a not. Not is really funny in Lua. Lua Boolean not. Shoot. It's unary. Oh, it's just not. Interesting. Okay. So it's not. So this whole thing is in here, right? And then this would be pursued. If pursued, then return true, right? Else, if tried new path, return false. Otherwise, it's going to loop back up. And whenever we find a path, we're going to set that flag. Right here. So, if it's using a cached path, then we allow it to fail by looping back and recomputing a new path and trying again. This actually, the storing of the debug thing should go in here. That's for the debugging, right? The pursuit path. And then this is the other problem. We're not taking the first step necessarily. We have to record what step we're on. So I'm going to have this do a dot path. Actually, we'll say that equals an object. Path equals path. Step equals 1 to record what step we're on. And this should be dot path. Oh, and we should also have a step. No, it goes in here, right? A path and a step number. Step equals this dot step. And I suppose we want to advance it by 1 every time. So what if we started out at 0 here and we advanced it? Thank you for that follow. Take the next step. So step equals step plus 1, and then save it in our cache. And then it's not first step, it's just next step, right? I kind of want to call it step index. Let's nah, I don't know. Just call this next step. So this will be the step is an index here. So try to take that step. And let's see what happens if it loops back up. It's going to start back over again, right? With 0 and go to 1. That's what I want. Cool. You know what I should also have? I should have it where we actually walk an entire path to make sure it uses the cached path correctly. It broke. I broke it. I broke it on line 130. Oh, that should be a then. Is there an else if? Yeah, there is. Alright. It's still not working. Attempt to perform arithmetic on a nil value on line 121. Is that because no local step, it's nil somehow? Did not store it correctly. Step is 0. Oh, I never pulled it back out, did I? Yeah, so I should say like step equals 0. There. Might as well put a comma there. Next step is nil. Okay, that shouldn't be nil. Why would that be nil? It's, let me see where it's called from. 180. So it is down here. So it doesn't happen before. It happens here. Is it because it should be looking at that first and trying that. I think it's time for print statements. Let's have it print out whenever it finds a new path. So print searching for path from X position X. There's not a comma, it's a dot in Lua. X and Y, dot position Y. And then let's have an else here. Continuing path. From there, and then we'll print out what step we're on. On step number step. Oh, interesting. How did it get to step 7? Oh, wait. Is it just looping through constantly? Okay, I messed up somehow. I should have it print out when it's actually trying. So let's do a print here. Print first step. And then this is, actually let's put it next to where it's actually done. And then this is second step. All right, run. Okay, first step, search for a path. It's on step 1. Second step, continuing from there on step 2. And then why did it print that again? That's the problem. It would be that it looped, right? Try new path should be false. Because it found a cache, right? Oh, we didn't clear the cache. I'm dumb. There should be an else here. Actually, we should just clear it here, right? We have to clear the cache because we couldn't... The path we were trying didn't work. Oh, it passed. Nice. So, it did it, right? Right, so on first step, it searched for a path. It went on the first step. Second step, continuing, and it's like, tried step 2. Oh, no, it needs to search for a new one, and then we're back to step 1 of the new. Okay, so it worked. You made an HTTP server that can be used for both requests and responses in real time, streams and chunk. Do you know about that before choosing WebSockets? I knew about everything except for the chunked. Actually, I did know about the chunked before WebSockets, but I forgot it until I actually implemented my web server and then realized, oh, there are these clients that are asking for chunked encoding. The reason I use WebSockets is to make it bidirectional, and because I wanted to work with HTTP 1.1, which is strictly one request gives you one response. WebSockets lets you now have either side initiate the sending of a message, and the server doesn't have to wait for a request to send something. And the client doesn't need to send something to get something back. So it's not that I'm using WebSockets because I couldn't do it with HTTP. It's that I wanted it to be truly bidirectional. You're using it with, so are you doing bidirectional, like either side can initiate something, and is it stateful? Yeah. Using the connection? So like it's a connection is not closed, it's a repeat, yeah. So yeah, that is one way you could do it. I suppose I didn't really think about it doing it that way. Oh, you have two connections, so you have like the other side, so they each connect to each other. Yeah, you could do it that way. Yeah. WebSockets, I think it's just a fun protocol. It wasn't too much overhead over HTTP, so... Oh no, you don't have two connections. Two connections from the client. Okay. It sounds interesting. And hello there, Tinspin. I should say hello because I haven't said hello yet. One request is one response. A comment. See, I don't know what a comment stream is. That's something I don't know. So let me give you a point for that and I'll look it up. So I guess the real answer to your original question is I knew about content type chunked, but I did not know about comment stream. To do look up comment stream. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I didn't know about it. So maybe if I did know about it, I wouldn't have needed to do WebSockets. All right, so this is working. It's not completely done though because we don't invalidate the paths at all the right places I need to. But this should actually do what I want. Let me test it out. It actually should be working now. Let's test it out by moving George around. Let's look at George's... Oh, George doesn't have a pursuit path because it expired, I think. Let's put him far away from home. There, go there, George. Oh, what happened? Oh, how is he teleporting back? Oh, that's wacky. Oh, that's funny. He can teleport now. Okay. What's the script error we're getting? Oh, funny. Wow. I broke it. I know George is hacking. Okay, he's somehow able to teleport back. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. I have this bug again. I can't see the wander area unless I reset it. Wander area. Okay. There's your wander area, and you're still within it. I need to put you outside of it. How about you go up here? Okay, what is he doing now? He's stuck. Is there a script error? Yes. Next step is nil. Interesting. So, I don't know how I broke it. It's not remembering the path, I guess. Hacks, exactly. Let me make a change to the file to force it to reload. Like that. Okay, now he's moving. Oh, there he goes. So now he's reusing... I don't know what happened there. Maybe... I have actually no idea what happened. Maybe I loaded this... The script loaded while he was pursuing something. Oh, now he's doing this teleport hack. Look at that. Look at that hack he's doing. How is he teleporting? Thank you for the follow. Okay, so it worked the first time, but then the second time it fails. So it loads the script there, and then I can place him there, and he will pursue a path. I should test by putting a barrier in his way now. Don't go that way, go that way. And then there, it worked. So he tried to go the way he was programmed. He found, oh, I can't go that way, so let me go the other way. But the problem is that once he does one path, now he's just teleporting back instantly whenever I place him out of bounds again. Maybe you made your app server, but it's in Java as distributed JSON file database. Nice. That's cool. So chunked encoding is simpler than WebSockets? The WebSockets weren't... The biggest complication I thought was the framing. That you have to split up messages into frames that potentially could be interlaced, because you might have a control frame in the middle of a large sequence of text frames, for example. But other than that, I kind of like the fact that you don't have to have the overhead of the request headers like you have with HTTP 1.1. Hey there, Ironside. How are you doing? I fixed George's pathfinding inefficiency, but now he's able to hack. Watch this. Place him over there and he teleports. Ah! How are you doing that, George? Okay, now he's broken. I broke him. I think the script is... Yeah, script is broken. If I make an inconsequential change to reload the script, then he fixes itself. But he only does this once, and then the next time it breaks. Why is that? Actually, I know what it is. And his path disappeared. That's a debugging issue. We never actually clear the path when we're done with it. Yeah, cache clearing. You got it, Mr. Halsey. Thank you for that follow, by the way. You guessed it. When he gets to the end of his path, he doesn't clear how do we know when we reach the end of the path? I guess when we hit the last step, right? Yeah, so what I can do is if we see that we're on the last step and we succeeded, we can clear the path, right? Really, this should be smarter than that, though. Oh, wait a minute. I know what it is. We could use the cached path if there is more to it, but I'm not obeying these conditions, right? I only did some of these. I did that one. I didn't do that one or that one. That's the important one. The expected position needs to match the actual position. Otherwise, we're going to request that the game move us to a place completely different from where we actually are. So yeah, that's the problem. I need to have a test for that. Let's make a test to capture the bug. So, try to pursue a position, unlimited pursuit, succeed in the first step, but then get mysteriously teleported before the second step. You say, some crazy wizard named Ironside just cast a devious spell. This should cause a new path to be computed and a step in a different direction attempted. Alright, so the teleport is that we just moved to a crazy new position. Let's move it to like 4-4 or something. So then the new path is this subset, right? So we would expect... well, before it would have tried... Well, actually, it shouldn't even try. So we should only permit going y+1 like that. Yeah. Okay. Actually, is that going to catch the bug? This pursuit delta, how does that work? Oh, that just assumes the position's correct. No, that should... Oh, no, this doesn't... This works with DX... Right, so this should work, because it'll try an insane delta, right? It won't be 1, 0, 1. It'll be like going from 4, 4 to 3, 5. That would be -1, +1. He'll try to jump to that spot, and he won't be able to. Okay, so this should work. This should break. No, it didn't break. Come on. Why you do this to me, computer? Yeah, we jumped you. This should be the only thing allowed. Hold on, let's see, what is it printing? First step, searching from there, moved. Continuing from there. No, it did search. Wait a minute, I didn't, how did it not work? Oh, right, it shouldn't have tried to continue. So we can, I know how I can test this. It should, let's just say this should, but then again, mysteriously, make sure no attempt is made to hack us back to hack back to the second step. Instead, a new path should be computed. And yeah, okay, so actually, we're just gonna make sure that that's not done. It should not even attempt it. It should, hold on, how do we detect it? I know how I can do it. I can have like a forbidden step. Delta step forbidden. That will cause the test to fail. So that would be, it's gonna try, we don't want it to go jump to 3, 5, right? So that would be -1, +1, right? From 4, 4 to 3, 5. Yep. So let's make that up here. I have to define that constant. Sure. Well, let's make it nil. I don't even need to define it, right? In fact, I can clear it before each step. So reset will just clear it. Nil. And clear it out. All right. Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing? How's the night shift? Biggest overhead with WebSockets is the binary parsing and coding. But that has nothing to do with WebSockets, does it? The you mean like binary message, the payload of the binary? So you remove all unnecessary headers. Got it. So you like minimize the overhead. Yeah. So for my WebSocket stuff, I separated the message parsing from the WebSocket library itself. So like if it's binary, you'd have to parse it whether or not you use WebSockets or HTTP 1.1, right? So how would I'm not sure how why would WebSockets waste CPU for binary parsing? I guess I don't understand that part. But that's cool though. You have a similar thing for HTTP. The wrapping of the messages. But why would you need to wrap the... Oh. I guess I don't understand then why you're saying it's an overhead with WebSockets then. Oh, do you mean that you have the protocol to start the WebSocket? Binary wrapping. I only know about the binary messages, and I'm not sure what you mean by binary wrapping. You think they're kappa-ing? Everything else has strings, which is even more CPU? Oh, it's actually not optional, it's required. The client end of a WebSocket has to XOR it with the mask so that you don't poison, so that you don't allow nefarious JavaScript to poison web proxies. They have an explanation about it. I think it's a sort of a weak explanation. I remember Tim was not understanding it, and I was trying to explain it to him, and I'm like, even though when I'm trying to explain it, I'm like, it's sort of a weak explanation why. But yeah, it's actually required by the standard. If you don't enable the mask, the server can reject your messages. When you send a message, you have lots of bytes before to describe the length. Well, it's only like 12 bytes though, right? No, not even that. I think it's only like 3 or 4. If it's a small message. So the message gets longer if the length. So there's a length and an opcode and a few other bits. I mean, sure, you have to parse that stuff, but yeah. I can see what you're saying, that there's the overhead of parsing that. And so if you didn't use WebSockets, you could just have your message there on the wire. Yeah. So there's an amount of overhead. I'd recommend anyone using WebSockets to actually measure the overhead and see if it's significant. I wasn't going to say that, TS Just, because I don't like making judgments about whether it is or is not heavy. It depends on the situation, so it could be that what TinSpin is doing, maybe the overhead's significant. From what I do, it's not significant. So when you have cache misses... Okay, not sure which kind of cache, but yeah, so every situation is different. Perfectly acceptable. If you found that for you, the WebSocket overhead is significant and it's better to do without WebSockets, that's great. CPU, cache, and RAM. Okay. I can see that, I guess, because every message is going to be different, so you're going to have cache misses a lot. All right, let me get back to what I was doing. Last edit. Right, so I wanted to have this forbidden step. We're going to have a check in the test wrapper here. Where is it? Right here. Actually, we're just going to make it a moon unit. Expect false. And then put in something similar to what I had here, only this is the forbidden. Come on. Forbidden. There we go. And this should be this should be conditional only if that then. Check it. And then we're actually going to set that up. A forbidden step catching, so it shouldn't do that, and it should do that instead. I hit the wrong key. I hate that when I do that. I don't want to debug, I just want to run it. Yeah, so it fails correctly, right? Or it fails like I expected. So it stopped on, it tried to do the forbidden teleport. So to fix that, we need to check here, right? When we're looking at the next, actually, we can just do it right here. The One of them needs to be 0, and the other one has to be either 1 or -1. So what's the best way to do that? Add their absolute values together? Yeah, so if... was it math.abs? Yep. So if math.abs dx plus math.abs dy is greater than 1, actually, we can say if it's less than or equal to 1, then we can try to pursue it. Otherwise, we're going to clear the cache and try again. Hopefully that fixes it. Yep, okay, cool. So now George should not be teleporting around. You don't know teleporting allowed. So there he found a path back, and let me mess around with him a little bit. Don't mind me, George. I'm just making a barrier so that he'll hit that barrier and he should do another... That's a debug thing. It cleared it when it shouldn't have. Oh, did I have that timing out by time and not something else? So the timeout thing might be wrong here? Let me look. Oh yeah, it's using the default expiration, which is like expire when it's a certain number of seconds old. I think I know what I want to do here. Yeah, let's make a expiration delegate that actually checks to see if it's in the cache or not. That makes more sense to me. Hold on, let me think about this. Where did I do it in tether? I did. Here we go. Expiration. So, how did I... Oh, I just did that, comma, and then put the function here? Yeah. And indent it. So expire when this is empty, right? Or actually, or if we reach the end of the path. Yeah. In fact, I should check that too. If we're at the end of the path and we're still not at the target, then we probably need to recompute a new path if we're still not there. That should never happen, though. All right, anyway, this should say return. This is not equal to nil. No, it's expire if it's nil, right? So if we cleared it out, then it's expired. Right. So that should maintain, that should allow, oh, where did George go? Oh, he's way up there. What are you doing up there, George? Oh, his script broke. I broke it. Would this have failed my unit test? No. Okay, there's something not caught by my unit test, obviously. Let's put George over here. I guess clear. Okay, back to normal, hopefully. He's pursuing enemies now. Oh, it's when he reached the end of the path, apparently. Okay, let's pull him all the way out here. Reset that. Okay, so he's pursuing home. Haha, I can't get home. Now we can get home. Oh, good night, Nui. Yeah, I've been going for 5 hours. Kind of a late stream today. Okay, so if I pick him up again and place him out here... Okay, so now he... So it's when he's pursuing enemies it's messing up. I wonder if that's because the target is moving. I bet that's what it is. The target is moving. So I haven't finished with that yet, right? So if I put him out here, yeah, so if I teleport him, he computes a new path every time, which is nice. Okay, so I think the problem with him breaking when he was attacking enemies was that the target was moving. So let me see if I can recreate that in a test here. All right, one more. Try to pursue position, unlimited pursuit. Succeed in the first set, but then the target moves. Let's say... Let's say it'll only take 2 steps to get there, right? So try to pursue a position, unlimited pursuit. Path is only 2 steps. Succeed in the first step, but then the target moves. A new path should be computed and a step in a new direction attempted. There we go. Yes, that's true. Strings are byte arrays, which are contiguous in memory. Strings are in addition to byte arrays, they're also usually encoded. So it could be ASCII, it could be UTF-8, it could be UTF-16. There's usually implied encoding for a string. When talking, it doesn't obey your keyboard mapping. Dvorak? Interesting. I'll have to look into that. Thank you. That could possibly be a bug, because I've never tested anything like that. Okay, so let's say it's only 2 steps, like that. So the target is at 3.5, right? It should first go down and to the right, right? So first step, I don't need these prints anymore, really. Unless I'm continuing to debug. And then we'll move them to 2.5. But then we will actually move the target. So the target position will move to, let's say it moves to 3.6 or something. Well, no, let's move it to 1.5. Let's have it teleport to the other side. And actually, let's go to 0.5. So it should move to 1.5 instead of 3.5. Yeah. So the path would be 1.5.0.5 now. So do I need to forbid a step? I can say we'll just allow a step -1.0. There we go. Biggest advantage of using text on TCP is you can more easily focus on the real bottleneck, which is joint parallelism. Have many cores cooperate on the same memory simultaneously. I don't see how that has anything to do with text, but maybe I'm just not seeing it. Why would you need multiple cores to cooperate on the same memory when you're using a WebSocket? I guess I don't understand. Yeah, I'm sure it has to do with performance. I'm just not understanding the context of what you're saying. Scaling? So like, as in thousands and millions of connections? Or thousands or millions of messages to the same resource? Yeah, I understand. Performance, when you scale, it's more energy and money. Yeah, all of it? Okay, both. Got it. Yeah, that's stuff I don't know much about. So that might be why I don't understand the context. I don't know much about scaling yet. I have on my to-do list to read about a bunch of these things. For example, I had this in here recently. Where was it? It was like the million socket problem or something. Like, I can't even see it here. Somewhere in my list of things to research or side projects to look into is like how to scale things up into massive numbers of connections. And I was going to start just by reading the research on it. I can't find it now, but it's in there somewhere. Oh, there it is. Handling massive numbers of network connections simultaneously. There's the road to 2 million WebSocket connections, and then there's the C10K problem. So I have these links that I have, yeah, the 2 million on top. Yep. So Probably when I read that stuff, when I have the red check mark in there, I'll have looked it up and I'll understand where you're coming from. Right now, I'm a little bit ignorant about scaling. Yeah. To me, it's what I would consider a good problem to have. If I have 2 million people trying to play my game, that's a good problem, right? That means people are, if I charge a dollar a piece, I get $2 million, right? If I fix the problem. So that's the kind of problem I would love to have. Right now, I don't have 2 million people trying to play the game and pay me, so... And if they tried now, I wouldn't be paid anyway, so it's not a good problem. I guess if people did try, I would put up a pay gate and say, "You still want to pay? You still want to connect? It'll be $1. Okay, then pay me $2 million. I'll gladly solve that problem." All right, run this again. Okay, how did it succeed right away? It should have tried to move x plus 1. Actually, it would have failed, right? Shoot. So we need to actually forbid it. Forbidden. Forbid, it should actually go that way only. Yeah, okay, there it is. So I'll just go with the simple approach right now. If the target moved, so we need to record what the target was here. That is which variable? I don't see. Oh, here it is. It is target position x and target position. That's what we want. I want to store that in the cache. Let's say target equals target position. Let's shorten it a bit. I don't like that. Consistency for the name would be nice, right? Okay, so when we reach here, what do I want to do? Actually, let's just put the... no, let me think about this. So just continue? I can just do a continue. Right here. And I can say way up here, if, then go to continue. So it would be if target position x is not equal to this dot target position dot x, or the y is different. If the target moved, then abandon that cache, so clear the cache and start again, right? And I broke it. Jumps into the scope of local next step. Oh, we can't have that. Okay, I need to rearrange this then. Yeah, this is saying next step doesn't exist yet. Okay, so how do I guess I can loop here. Yeah, sure. So get rid of this continue. We'll do that. I guess we'll just say a while here. Do. No, that won't work. Actually, the easiest would be to just do this check up front. Actually, you could just combine it with this, right? I can either say that, or this other condition, which goes there. Get rid of that, and then that. If there's no cache, or the target is different, then we need to do a new search. Think about it the other way. If you sum up the energy cost of all PUBG players, then consume 1/100th of the largest hydroelectric dam in the world. Oh, they consume 1/100th of the largest dam, and that's only the clients. Efficient server clients is going to be important when electricity becomes more expensive. I suppose so. What I jump to, like the questions I would jump to are, when we get to the future, which we'll never get to because it's always in the future. But anyway, will it still cost the same amount of electricity to serve things, or will machines get more efficient to run? Will we have more sources of electricity? Will the electricity efficiency increase? There's a lot of variables, right? That's the questions my mind jumps to, but I don't know. So I have to just accept your claim and hold on to it and see if it adds up later, right? That's what I try to do. Let's see. Oh, it passed. Everything passed. In fact, I forgot where my test was because we're already passed. All right. So that means, yeah, we're passing. So this loaded, right? Okay, so it loaded. So George should not be broken when I place him in combat. So place him up here, and he's pursuing a target. Yeah, that target doesn't happen to be moving. Oh, the target moved. Did you see that? It's kind of hard to see because they only move one square. But let's move his target around. Oh, see there, it computed a new path every time his target moved. Nice. Okay, cool. I think it's working. I think it's time to call it a day. They can't transistor nanometer. Energy is definitely going to become much more expensive. The energy edge of the planet is sunlight. The only major way to store that light are plants. They take millions of years to transfer into coal, oil, and gas. Well, but what about solar panels? Well, if we put a solar panel, what if we just put solar panels everywhere and then we found a way to make them more efficient? I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't need to be devil's advocate. Solar and wind are net negative? Really? I don't know. I'll accept that. They cost more energy to manufacture. Yeah, what we really should do is to stop Bitcoin from being mined, because that's a huge energy sink. I've read about that. Yeah, Tinspin, what do you think about Bitcoin? How much energy is wasted to mine that stuff? That's sort of obscene when you think about it. Like, they set up huge data centers sucking down energy directly from hydrothermal regions just to mine Bitcoin. Anyway, so we're not up. One thing is we're not clearing the cache when pursuit is done. I wonder if I want to look into that later. I'm not going to do it today, but maybe we'll do it later. Replaces all vaults, banks, and governments in the world? I don't know about that. How could Bitcoin replace a government? Because governments do other things other than transfer wealth. Well, I don't know. We're getting into very deep philosophical discussions, I think. We're talking about that. I was just talking about how much energy is going into Bitcoin mining right now. Anyway, I need to do look into invalidating. Actually, a lot of these things go away if I do iGrok's idea, which was to centralize the pathfinding caching, right? Look into invalidating pursuit path cache when pursuit is done. Alternatively, no pun intended, but pursue iGrok's idea of centralizing pathfinding cache, which I'll probably do because it's more simple in the long run when I want to invalidate caches when the world is hit. Okay, there's a lot of to-dos for me to do, but I think I got through at least my initial objectives. You know, finish 2 things and 4 new things come up. That's just life, right? So I am going to call it here. I'll be back not tomorrow, but on Thursday. And I'll probably be going down the path what iGrok was leading me to, which is to centralize the pathfind caches. Because I need to fix, I guess the next objective would be to fix this problem where if I take George and I place him over here. Actually, let's just look at George's aggro search or wander area. I need to reset if I look at its wander area, because that's a bug. Right, George's wander area. There's this problem where how do we know when to recompute the wander area? If I poke a hole there, it should know to calculate it because he can wander in there now, right? So that has to do with invalidating searches and paths in a central place, which we can do. If it's centralized, then it becomes easier to, like, when we know we've touched the world, we can just go through and just invalidate all the searches and paths that are affected by that. Tomorrow, I have a meeting that, like, it takes like an hour to get there. No, scratch that. I got 2 meetings. One of them takes like an hour to get there, an hour to get back. So it's like 3 or 4 hours are cut out. And so I really can't, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. I can't fit in this 4-hour streaming piece anywhere there. So I just decided I'll take Wednesdays off. Get meetings out of the way, and then I'll be back tomorrow. The day after, on Thursday. Yeah. Yeah, cut off the head and 2 more will crop up in its place. Oh, and Rally Monkey is back. Anyway, yeah, I think on Thursday I'm going to work on getting these paths and searches cached in a centralized place, and then having them get recalculated when things like that happen. And that'll be the test, is the wander area for George should change the moment that I affect the terrain around him, and it should be done in an efficient way. That's what I'm going to work on Thursday, I think. Have an interesting picture to DM me when I'm done streaming? Okay, sounds good. I am going to call it here and I'm going to rate someone else. I really enjoyed the conversation and the work getting done and all that, so I hope you guys enjoyed it. I think we're going to raid Tim, because Tim was in here earlier, and he's an awesome streamer. He's on the same dev team that I'm on. So if you want to see streams similar to these, just go to livecoders.dev, and you'll see the team that we're both on. We're all doing generally the same thing. In one way or another, we're demonstrating coding live and answering questions from Twitch chat, and either doing game dev or algorithm dev or some other kind of development. So for today, we're going to go check out Tim Baudet's stream. He's doing Turbo Boom stuff. Sounds good to me. Here we go. I'm going to hit the raid button. I hit the raid button. Thank you, iGrok. We'll be working on your ideas Thursday, I hope. Everybody enjoys Tim's stream. I'll see you guys back on Thursday, I hope. Bye.